Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
Yeah, I killed a vibe. And it feels so wrong being MIA. Most days I'm alone and I'm lost in space. It'd be hard to find peace, ain't nowhere to lay. Ain't no one to love, everybody fades. Gotta stay happy, see the smile on my face. Gotta stay humble and appreciate. But when I'm around people I get MIA. I don't wanna stay, I can feel the vibe. I killed a vibe. I killed a vibe. Yeah, yeah. Can't vibe with my own people, can't feel the vibe. Most nights I'm alone and I'm killing time. Tell them I'm okay, really I'm not fine. I'm just all alone, killing the vibe. Ain't no smile, sitting alone. Try to right my wrongs, put it in these songs. Stuck in the dark, trying to find a light. I hope one day that I can make it right. Sitting in the dark, having conversations. My brother told me to never stop. Hold the dreams they notice, they laugh and joking. Know I made it far, that they can see me now. God gave me eyes and he gave me vision. They couldn't see it, didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. And I told them that I felt.
You ain't never been afraid to give me all you got, babe. You ain't never been scared to make me moan your name. You ain't never needed no instruction on how to tame my bird. You ain't never needed no instruction on how to make her yours. I just entered the door, invited you in with nothing but some blue lingerie, some gold heels on just because I know you ain't used to having a woman like me.
Welcome back, y'all.
Taking complete control of me.
We here, we here, we here.
Open to try it. All you gotta say is that you like it, just as long as you say you like it. Say it. What we doing? Oh, what we doing?
Just tell me what we doing. Is this a fling or something? After a month, are we still gonna be fucked? Cause I don't know what we doing. Are we only just friends? Or is it really more than what we say it is? Come on, tell me what we doing. A late night, sometimes only. Or is this a longer road that we're rolling? Just tell me what we doing. Yeah, can you tell me what we do? Baby, tell me what we doing. Can you tell me what it is, what it ain't, what it might be? Can I get a glimpse of the situation here that you and I been sitting in? Is it something? Is it nothing? We still riding on the fence? You ever talking about our nights to your friends? How you giggle when you smile when we fighting for pretend? You trying to go that extra mile so the rent and the bill for the lights like you and I when it's spend? Trying to slide by my side until the end, or you finna say goodbye cause you decided I ain't him. We gonna shine or draw the line, it depends. Can't tell what's on your mind unless you gon' invite me in. I just need some kind of sign to begin figuring out if I should stick around or fly with the wind. Am I looking at a future wife and some kids, or we just fucking for some time and that's it? Just tell me what we doing. Is this a fling or something? After a month, are we still gonna be fucked? Cause I don't know what we doing. Are we only just friends? Or is it really more than what we say it is? Come on, tell me what we doing. A late night, sometimes only. Or is this a longer road that we're rolling? Just tell me what we doing. Yeah, can you tell me what we doing?
So you say you wanna hit?
We're in the countdown right now until we officially start.
I ain't
Like and share
racist,
the
but I hate niggas. Used to be broke, but now I'm laughing to the bank, nigga. I told them boys I'm on shine like the summertime. And now nigga eating beats like it's supper time. I got the game in a headlock. I'm rare form and I ain't even in my tip top. Do me a favor, don't add me on that TikTok. I hit the booth and no miss, it's like I'm dead shot. I'm that hot, going dumb on these instrumentals. And if you hip, I gotta hop to stimulate your mental. Now I ain't the best, but swear to God, bitch, I can rap a little. Hey, that's your man's, but you a rat, I guess you still a little. And I put this on my mama, nigga. A bomb threat off in that booth like I'm Osama, nigga. Who want drama, who want smoke, who want a problem, nigga? That mini Draco get to spitting like a llama, nigga.
Time traveling while in my mind on the decline, shit don't feel the same. Or maybe I ain't built the same as them niggas. Blessed cause I don't hear niggas, and we don't speak the same language. No, don't put me near niggas, cause I don't like to be around them. God put me here, nigga. I pray for him to make a way for me and all my people if he bless us with another day. I got in my feelings, then got out and put a plan in play. Go on, sign them papers for your family if you plan to play with me or my people. We get even when don't plan to play with none of you niggas. I ain't fucking with bitches, and not a one of you motherfuckers that wasn't around, cause they ain't give a fuck. I try to see if Mobby was down to my last. Nah, I just gotta keep some shit in the stage, cause going broke, that shit I left in the past. He got kids now, damn, they see me be down to nil unless I'm looking up. Know that they might see some shit in life, I had them shooken up.
Niggas is whack for real, what am a jack for real? I come from the Ville for real, niggas sound like you a mass appeal. I stay in my bag for real, you know me for tracks and real. My homie hit me tryna see what the deal, told that nigga let's get up, keep it real. You looking too nervous, better just back up. These hitters applaud them, give them a clap up. I really believe that we next up. Sorry the minds in a fest up. If I don't keep it real, that is not love. And I lost a few friends sending out love. Fuck it, you wasn't there, I was driving a bucket. Learned on my own in the South, they 100. Back in my town, my people, they love me. Know that I did shit they could've done me. Took me a while, see who was for me. Still got some family that never hear from me. Not trying to brag, really I'm lucky. Talking this pain so you can learn from me. You getting this dough, but in your mind, what do you know? It's goals written in your notes. You healing and building your soul. You love designer and gold. Swag is character, not in the clothes. See you into pills, don't overdose. They copying trends, yeah, I already know.
Okay.
Niggas is whack for real.
Yeah.
With a jack for real.
Yeah.
I come from the Ville for real. Niggas sound like you a mass appeal. I stay in my bag for real. You know me for tracks and real. My homie hit me tryna see what the deal. Told that nigga let's get up, keep it real.
Drippin' with the flow like the levee bro. Smooth with the pick and roll. Hang the beat like it's a heavy coat. That's what I call a swag overload. They understand it, bro, but on the better note. Wait till you see what I call antidote as I expand and grow. Upon this plane that's been so plain for me. A plane for Mary Jane and me. The rendezvous with swagger. Mick Jagger would even pay to see. Take a breath, I ingest on the strength of blessing was gave to me. Pray my haters hate, but stay away from me. Lately it's been space I need, not even in the way you think. Vacancy of my presence, the extra shit with them that be a vacay for me, basically. But still I'm bothered while I bother. Call me Potter. Situations get hairy, I get up out it like hasta la vista.
We got 1
this
minute,
is a
20
greeting from
seconds.
the bottom, nice to finally meet you. Now here they speak a lot about you, but I'm not a preacher. I see the demons creep about me in the haste. The place is taken by a voucher, and it's pronounced as swag overload. And I'ma call it swag overload. And I'ma call it swag overload.
49 seconds and counting. Send to either my Nero or my email, and we will freaking react.
They say I'm loco like Mojo Jojo. I got that kiss in that check, my logo. I'm with my homies, I'm with my dogs. Stick together like Toto. We got that bite back, we gon' need a muzzle. Put my life together like a puzzle. Staying strong, arm and hammer, muscle. Pocket full of faith for everyday struggles. If it rain, walk over the puddle. Extended cash in this draping in bundles. I drop them off like I roll in a shuttle. Keep a yes man, don't want no rebuttals. Go against me, think you in trouble. Off with your wig, that's a frontal. Vision bright, see the end of the tunnel. My outfit flamboyant but subtle. Wise woman, I'm a bull in the jungle. Problem after problem, learn how to juggle. Work the job, but I learn how to hustle. Keep it raw, let's get ready to rumble. I'm an artist, but I don't do the mumble. You wanna eat the apple, gotta eat crumble. Make my life better, but I stay humble. I work hard.
Yeah, I already know what it is. If you are here for the first time,
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Autobots, share the stream.
I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland. I'm realer than a kid within a magic.
All right, shout out to everybody freaking tapped in right now. Again, if you are here for the first time, hold on, man. Hold. Listen, hold. Get your old left booty cheek. There you go. All right. Yeah, we're pretty much a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe. You know what I'm saying? Took a little bit of the weekend off. We are back now. Whatnot. We did a dope interview with Mark Cooper on Friday. Go ahead and check that out. Stream should still be up, and I'll still be cutting up that and other interviews that we've done up, you know, for content at some point. So for sure, some of you guys still need, you know what I'm saying, interviews as well, whatnot. Tap in with me, let me know. But yeah, so we have the Narrow open. For those of you on the TikTok side, you should always see the link in my my link tree or whatnot. And if you guys on YouTube know where my link tree is, you'll see it there. But you can also send directly to my email. It's ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. Do not send anything that is industry related. All right, anything that is industry related, already on the radio. Essentially, we want to try our best to stay away from those records. So don't send us Drake or Kendrick, or you rapping on a Drake or Kendrick beat, or you featuring Drake dissing Kendrick, or Kendrick dissing Drake on your beat. Whatever the case, man, it'll all usually affect some of our streams or whatnot. Shout out to YouTube and the TikTok riding out with us right now, of course. And we try to share to every platform as well, so people still can tap in, you know what I'm saying, eventually. And again, free to submit today, but if you want to skip that line, you may. It is how you'll get multiple records played throughout the stream or in a back-to-back fashion. Or if you guys want the spotlight skip and clip review and reaction, where I post the full review and reaction on my many platforms and stuff, that is what you want to get yourself a hold of. We do giveaways on the show as well when we hit every 25 on the show. When we hit 100, you know what I'm saying, and vice versa. So you know what it is, as per usual. And what's up? Since I'm a little different than what I usually do. What is that? When usually people say that, it's something a little bit more melodic or whatnot. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm always one who can help determine that. Because if you send frequently to the show, I'm able to know a little bit of your earlier selves and how you progress throughout the year. So I am curious to see what you got in there. Shout out to So Solo. Hold on, let me go into the email. Let me go into the email. Let me go into the email. Stop it. Right, let me see. Be ill. We got you up first with Victim. Let's see what he means by different. Make sure you hit that like button or whatnot, share and subscribe if you haven't, so you guys know exactly when we are going live.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland. I'm realer than a kid within a magic.
All right, let me just make sure that I save it to the right folder. All right. 1 to 10, all feedback is welcome. And we have two different hashtags. If y'all not feeling something, if y'all really feeling it,
they're looking at you different. If you
were just spitting flows, couldn't get the bitches. But you want ambition, no, got them in a picture. Acting like you getting hoes, acting like a victim. I bet you got some victims, though, looking at you different. If you were just spitting flows, couldn't get the bitches. But you want ambition, no, got them in a picture. Acting like you getting hoes, acting like a victim. I bet you got some victims, though. Packs out, get them fast route, bring them to you. Ass out, make me pass out, let me snooze, boo. Crash out, go and lash out. You can cruise through, laugh now with the without, like it's you too. Too ill, leave them blue kill. Fuck who you feel, lose still, thinking you bill. We don't do deals, put them in a casket. That's sick. Y'all rappers are plastic, get mad if I ain't say something too real. Y'all don't know about that old, going fast forward. Got your bitch with her back broke, why you act slow? You ain't never been an artist, you just rap, bro. Got you looking like a target, you won't last long. Looking at you different, if you were just spitting flows, couldn't get the bitches. But you want ambition, no, got them in a picture. Acting like you getting hoes, acting like a victim. I bet you got some victims, oh, looking at you different. If you were just spitting flows, couldn't get the bitches.
Why did it roll into it like that?
Got them in a picture, acting like you getting hoes, acting like a victim. I bet you got some victims, though.
They die as a victim, and there's a lot of times, like if someone freaking dies, then you miss them, of course, because you're not here. And there's a lot of freaking people who hear what I am saying, but cannot hear. They're either deaf or like they don't know what's on their brain, and I don't know what the hell I'm even saying, but I'm lame. Like, why am I even rapping on this? The song is real. When a lot of people be like, Dorky, shut the fuck up and kill the freaking beat. I freaking try, but there's a lot of things I want to say, and I won't freaking lie that there's a lot of people who will go to freaking school all their life and still can't read and write. We the mic and
looking at you different. If you were just spitting flows, couldn't get the bitches. But you want ambition, no, got them in a picture. Acting like you getting hoes, acting like a victim. I bet you got some victims, though, looking at you different. If you were just spitting flows, couldn't get the bitches. But you want ambition, no, got them in a picture. Acting like you getting hoes, acting like a victim. I bet you got some victims, though.
I couldn't find the clap button. All right, so it is a little bit different, and I can always tell you guys the comparisons, right? First off, he often goes in there. He's a bar for bar centric artist. Primarily, 90% of beats that I'll hear him on are more like hip hop centric, right? So we'll see like sample based records. We'll hear things where he can go in, make a diss record each and every time, and bar it up, and people will feel things in that way, right? He is still consistent with that, but this record does feel like it's closer to what you hear from other artists today, and the more kind of mainstream sounds or whatnot, right? The life music kind of records in certain circumstances, and then primarily on this type of beat, you would normally hear an artist who's more melodic, auto-tune centric and stuff like that. So what I like about Be Ill is we always get a look into, okay, if you guys were to simply just hop on those beats, but you didn't do what everybody else does, right? Everyone's gonna go in a very specific lane. They're gonna hear certain melodies in their head, have a certain flow. Like, you almost tap in. Like, if each style of rap, of hip hop, of any genre, if there's like a spirit that you tap into, I feel like there's one specific for certain genres, right? And again, a lot of artists, they tap into that same one spirit. If they hear a certain type of beat, if it sounds like a Drake type beat, if it sounds like, again, something that you hop on a little bit more melodic. If it sounds like Busta Rhymes or Ludacris will hop on it, right? You almost channel the same essence. But if you can kind of withhold yourself sometimes and think about, okay, how can I hit this up in a way where people are not expecting, yet still make something dope? Because everyone's always, 90% of artists is gonna hit a record up in that same exact one way. You go in a different direction, that's what will help you stand apart. Only thing that I think needs to be perfected is the mix on this, and obviously there's a little bit of an open verse section, but he primarily will go back in and do the next verse, like either the same day or throughout the week, and then he'll resend this record potentially to us with that actual verse on it. But if you guys are ever like, yo, let me get on that with you, I'll kill it, you know, speak up when the artists are in there, you know. You never know what could potentially make a full-on classic or what you guys have. And the verse said exactly below 100. You saying that's a really good way of putting it. My mouse fell. Hold on, I almost stopped my stream. Hey. All right, hold on, let me go up. And let me see. So I like this. It's different. You know what I'm saying? Mix is nice. Melody's nice. Message nice. And I give it an 8 out of 10. You know what I'm saying? Much love. Nice shit. Good work. Let me see. That's a really good way of putting it. Exactly, bro. And 100. Shout out to Solo. What's the last thing I'll leave with you, if you will? Yeah, just try that, man. Like, you guys have to remember, at the end of the day, you are competing with other artists, right? You're competing with artists in your lane, whether they are independent or some of the major ones out there. And when we are essentially, man, not to make it sound a certain way, but if we're selling ourselves in any way to anyone, and like, yo, like, invest in me, basically, you always want to show them what they're gonna get from you as opposed to anyone else. So for the artists who do tap too much into a certain field or lane, the label essentially would be asking you, why would we get you when we already have a whatever artist that they would mention? And so that differentiation that can set you apart from them, I think, is always going to be something that is important. Let me see who we got next. Let me hear who we got next.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
All right, we have Vera with Let Go. Let's see what you got.
Show me what you got, little mama.
Juan. All right, what up, Rio? It's called Let Go. What's good over there on the TikTok side? How y'all doing?
Tell me everything. Tell me everything you need from me. Oh, I'll be that one in a million. So tell me what you see. I'll be the energy you've been feeling. I see all the pain and the pleasure. So let's do only
Did you say you know how to play guitar as well? Okay, 1, 2, 3, any and all. Hey, sir. Is that even a repeat? Oh yeah, because it's like a short, essentially. Big salutes to you on that. Of course, more of an acoustic record, which of course, always want us to remind the people, like if we are able to play an instrument at all, and basically come at this song from that like live music perspective, right? So you actually going and performing it, you playing the guitar yourself, it's always a benefit and something that not everyone can do. Think about if you are in either a competition, a talent show, or just again, if you are at a venue and everybody's performing in different ways, think about the experience that people are gonna get from those that just come with the instrumental, quote unquote, right? Something on a CD or an MP3 version of it, and again, they don't have that live band on stage with them, versus someone like you who can, right? There are other elements that I could still see really coming in there and bringing the record to life even more, like violins, trumpets, electric guitar at certain parts or whatnot. It's up to you how and where those come in, and it could simply be another version of the song, right? Where like if you're gonna perform it at a bigger venue and you want to throw more into it, you sort of think about how much of a show that you can put on, and if you want, based on how many people are there. But the better the performance that you give, everyone's going to, pull out their phones and give the word of mouth of just like how professional you are. What was the other thing? It did sound a bit better in terms of like the quality that I'll hear from you. Sometimes there'll be a lot of times when I almost feel you'd record things a little bit on the phone. This one doesn't necessarily sound as much like that. I still wanted like the vocals or overall record to come up a little bit more. That might just be in the way that you uploaded it and the program you might have done it with and stuff like that. We do have to remember that when we kind of, if we're using our phones or anything like that to sort of simply add an image or a video file, and then we're resaving that and the audio to it, it may affect the final mix depending on how high of a quality you've uploaded the actual file at. But all it needs to do is to come up a little bit more, but your quality is there. You've always had that sound of something. Like 99% of records he sends through can be in a movie. It's that montage of two people going on a date, having a good time and enjoying themselves, or the self-realization moment where you're just taking in the full experience of what you've gone through the movie and as a character. The driving home after years of not being there and knowing you're gonna see some of your old friends, your parents, different things like that. His music is always in some of those lanes, and so, man, again, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point you kind of become that dude, right? Again, if they brought back One Tree Hill, or they wanted to do another show like that on CW, essentially, that song could be in it. Could have been in The Flash, Arrow, Supergirl, any of those shows as well. So I like this dope message in it. I give it an 8.5. Very relaxing, mind calming type music. And I fuck with it for real. That's what's up. Everyone said yes. And then what'd you say? Here, were you saying hill or hi? You said hi. Hi. What up, Kosha? Let me see. Okay, hold on. Hold up. What happened to this? He doesn't know that I am live. Hold on. Let's see. Right quick. Hold on. I'm trying to get back in the lineup. See where we is. Let me see. Waizo, you sent 2 different records, but of course, if we can only play one from you, I guess, I don't know if you gave us a choice. The second one was Top of the World. And so what we'll do is play the new one. Let's see, Crazy 8. You put like and comment in the title. Hold on. Let's see if it works. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Once again, this is Waizo. No Wizzo.
Yeah. Fuck on the hoe from the back. I'm on that ass immediately.
What Crazy is?
Banging the hoe out of tracks. Pulling the hell like bitch, don't leave. You better work for this cash. I don't give money out easily. I got these fuck niggas mad. Goofy ass niggas expecting loyalty. Nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah. Okay, these hoes don't give a fuck about you. A hoe ain't the same as a woman, man. Do you a favor, cuff for loose. You cannot say I ain't warn you, man. These hoes confused. They wanna fuck on you and be through. This what I do. Fuck on your hoe like she crazy, ayy. I asked her how many rounds. She looked back at it and told me you're crazy, ayy. Now I gotta dig her down.
What up, JJ?
Wham, walk, wham, walk. Pussy get beat to the ground. Walk, wham, 1 down. But we still got 7 more rounds. Fuck on your hoe like she crazy, ayy. I asked her how many rounds. She looked back at it and told me you're crazy, ayy. Now I gotta dig her down. Walk, wham, walk, wham, walk. Pussy get beat to the ground. Walk, wham, 1 down. But we still got 7 more rounds. You hoes ain't getting no money from me. This dick ain't free. I don't give a damn if you in heat. You want this dick, better pay your fee. You see big money when it cash on me. Yeah, yeah, you ain't running no game on me. I'ma beat that pussy up for free. Wham, yeah, wham, yeah, wham. I am your only fan. Subscribe to this dick. You didn't have to pay to start a OnlyFans. Okay, same thing. The only difference is you ain't draining my pockets. The fuck you thought I was? 8 bank reverse.
10 times you when they get up on her. Speak your track, I don't know what I'm saying, but it's hotter than a fucking sauna.
Yeah.
Everybody now.
Yeah. Fuck on your hoe like she crazy, ayy. I asked her how many rounds. She looked back at it and told me you're crazy, ayy. Now I gotta dig her down. Walk, wham, walk. Pussy get beat to the ground. Walk, wham, 1 down. But we still got 7 more rounds.
Still got 7 more rounds, bro. Here go the end of the song. Like there's a lot of fake artists who should have the fake helped on, or maybe they always just ended it wrong. What do you guys think about that right there? Wizzo, which is spelled like the whole time, right? And you've sent, quite a bit to the show. Like you've never corrected me every time. Hold on, let me put this up. Never corrected me, and so I would always pronounce your name as Wizzo, right? And let me show y'all, or Wizzo, I mean, my bad. What am I talking about? It's Wiyizzo, right? But my mind never thought, yo, the Y is silent, right? Or just remove it altogether. Like, that's all you would really have to do, man. Just remove that Y. And I presume that, you know, if I'm not the only one who was doing that, you know, anyways, I feel like this one is closer to the style that I am familiar with from you, right? Some of these records have a certain level of uniqueness, like with your personality, and the production is very different on this one. There were aspects of it that are very video gamey, so it did call to me in a way. That alone would kind of make me want to hop on it and be a part of it in some way. Like, my mind goes into certain ideas. I'd like to write to things versus like freestyling and stuff like that. So it's one of those ones where I would try to take time with it a little bit. And then I did want your vocals up just a tad as well, just so you know everything could be cool. Beat was at a place that it needed. And as I said, I've heard you in this lane, and then there's like one specific one where you had a beat that had a nice production to it in terms of it being a vibe. You know, I love that almost neo soul, you know, type shit. And just seeing you guys even being able to get in those lanes as well, it always unlocks the door on seeing what people you know can get you on. If you only hop on one very specific type of beat, most people are going to send you that type. If they hear you on something and they want to get you on a feature, it's going to be, you know, same old. Eventually you may get tired of that, right? So having a little bit of the universality and making it interesting enough where people can't tell where you're gonna go in some cases, right? There's a part of your brand that needs to stay intact, but then there's also not being predictable and things like that. And I said it's hard. I'm saying we'll be revolutionary if this had more bass and stuff like that. What's up? And how to Stu on that, and then be different as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But I fuck with it. So Solo had said, and let's see what is up. Just want to make sure where we can hop into. Was that fast? It was that fast. Are you sure? Are you sure? Alright, hold on, y'all. We're finna get back up in the lineup once again. We can play music videos as well. So if you do have one for your song, I always recommend, you know, send that if possible. Lyric video, music videos, live performances, we accept those. Just don't send anything that's on Tidal, Apple Music, or again, something that is an industry record. If you did nothing different to the beat, it literally just kind of picks up like we're playing that exact song and artist. So Drake would get us cut, man. All right, over here. Let's see what we got. Stewie was freaking good. Let's freaking pop it. I don't know what the heck to do, but I'm logging this. This is called My Time. Thank you for the likes. Andy was freaking good. Was good. Again, if you haven't, all records can be sent either to my email, that's ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com, or our narrow. And always just be aware that we are live via the TikTok and YouTube as well. Let's see. I'm trying to get this. cancel that. And can I restart it from here? Let's see if that works. Now let me do this. I might just have to play it directly. It would have been funny if that would have been it. That's it, y'all.
There's a lot that we can find. There's a lot that we can be about the people can hide.
I'm always surface up my diamonds, all my diamonds shining, they always calling you. Captain, you can take this life, you're always certain, but you never certain of the way you're living. I got big house in the hills, you might be tripping. They call her homies cause she like the feelings of a big and soft girl. Every time she hear I'm in heaven. Yeah, every time she hear I'm a demon. A demon all the time. A demon all the time. A demon all night. A demon on the side. I'm breaking the glass. Not the type of
Let that beat.
but I'm gonna ask you this favor. That you own your life, don't come save us. Our money will be the altar. Praise the Lord, baby, it will be tables. Praise the Lord, baby, that you will save us. Just like the quarterback, you will fit overs. And you'll fit overs. Can't live this life, can't live this far, can't live this dope. I'm trying to take your time, trying to follow your love, trying to follow your rules. The last time I checked, you were crying in my DMs, now you're tied to a noose.
It's a little bit of a vibe, a little bit of my mind. I want it like hell, you did. I really just wanna rhyme it.
I'm always surface up my diamonds, all my diamonds shining, they always calling you. Captain, you can take this life, you're always certain, but you never certain of the way you're living. I got big house in the hills, you might be tripping. They call her homies cause she like the feelings of a big and soft girl. Every time she hear I'm in heaven. Yeah, every time she hear I'm a demon. A demon all the time. A demon all the time. A demon all night. A demon on the side. I'm breaking the glass. Not the type of favor, but I'm gonna ask you this favor. That you own your life, don't come save us. Our money will be the altar. Praise the Lord, baby, it will be tables. Praise the Lord, baby, that you will save us. Just like the quarterback.
You gotta send it to my email. Alrighty then. So with this one, I really like the overall vibe that we were, presented with on here from you, but, like a few of you guys tonight have somewhat either similar issues with just either the record being a little bit lower than it should be or your vocals within it. With this, I think it was both the vocals being a bit too low and your energy, right? I liked where you were going melodically. I felt like there were certain aspects that could still be within there, but sometimes the main vocal needs to be higher in a certain octave And then the lower one that you would have on there could be like harmonization, like an undertone in a certain aspect. Otherwise, with someone like you, or I think on a certain song, I don't know if it was like 21 Savage or something like that. It's just like, if you have a lower energy, you gotta have the mix done right so that your vocals still stand out, have that polished clarity, and are exactly where they need to be. If you did your own mixing, the thing that sometimes you may miss is, every single word that you are saying on the record. If you get the mix wrong, you won't know if somebody else couldn't hear something very specific, couldn't make something out, because again, the energy is a little bit low. So sometimes you do need that engineer that is there to help you not only record and get the mix right, but to push you to give a little bit more to the record if there are elements that could be a little bit better. We should never just be okay. All right, let's understand this. Never be okay with simply an engineer who presses record and that's it. If you're just paying them to press record, you could essentially do that yourself. But you want someone who has a little bit of an expertise in, okay, how can we make a hit record out of anything that you record in the studio? How can we make it its best so that it officially makes the album and not just the mixtape, right? Because the mixtape you give out for free. An album, you basically are trying to sell people on it. And so I feel like put in your best, work with an engineer, and potentially at a studio where you can get the best overall quality and things going out as well. Again, I love the beat, like what you were doing. Just know that it can be better. And there was one last thing. I also like that you got it to 3 minutes and 23 seconds. I think the last thing I was thinking about was, it almost felt like an interlude. Like the vocals were that low where it felt like I could literally have a podcast and talk on top of the record and you'd still hear what I'm able to say. And so that should tell you how low things feel, but you have to demand and command attention, right? Think about, especially if you're doing anything melodically at any point, think about ad-libs and certain things on top of certain sections to show that elevation, right? Otherwise, certain people will get bored, especially with that kind of energy. So the elevation can come in harmonization. It can come in the beat changing a little bit. You want it to feel like, I mean, and I guess this is for producers as well, you want it to feel like you're a part of the record as much of the way as possible. Don't let us essentially feel like where the beat doesn't matter, and it's really just about the vibe that you're trying to give out overall in full. That's why I still don't necessarily favor AI records to a certain extent, because it makes the beat. Like you still want to feel like that production came from someone, and just bringing out the best of yourselves. What do you guys think about that though? 1 to 10. Any and all feedback is welcome. If you are new to the show, send your music to my email. That's ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. Once again, that is ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
Yeah, I'm saying. All right, and let me see. If you're trying to skip the line, hit that Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat, and or Galaxies on the TikTok side will always work for that as well. What'd you say? Sorry, I started out far. You know what I'm saying? I made it the last one. Yeah, we did T Studio, whatnot. For whatever reason, it didn't let me down. It was at first, and then just kind of got stuck. So I just left it. But if I were to scheme through a little bit.
Demon all time, demon all night, the demon on side. I'm breaking the glass. Not the type of saver, but I'm gonna ask you this favor, that you own your life, don't come save.
You know what I'm saying? Like the vocals, even like the beat is more or less, I feel like, you know, kind of where it needs to be. Like it's proper, but it's almost clouding you as an artist. And I want to hear, like, if you're an artist, you're on the thing, you're on it for a reason. I want to hear you. I don't want to hear you like you're in the background. I don't want it to just be a vibe, and then like again you're just a part of the ambiance and stuff like that, which I do get. And if that's what you're trying to give off, you know, it's cool. You know what I mean? But I feel like there's a song in there, right? Why wouldn't we want the song? You know what I'm saying? It goes different, you know what I'm saying? But I'll give it 7.5, you know what I'm saying? Only because the mix could be better, fam, you know what I'm saying? Good dope so far. Hey, what's up? All right, let's see. Solo the rapper. Let's see. Solo the rapper versus Parappa the rapper. Let's see. Where do we have things at? Stop yelling over there, man.
It's 2 in the morning, finna sleep when I'm yawning. We on it when they on, I'm still blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stop music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, knowing on a Nazi party in a uniform. Born identity, homie, you were born.
Alright, let me see. What is this record? Why? If I... Hold on, I might need to close some things or whatnot. I'll just play it directly via the thing. We should be good. So let's see.
DJ Bombo Clap, man.
Got me on the beat, so it's a banger.
Blunt smoke, bass hit in the trunk door. Bad mood, backseat full of cutthroats. Niggas talk big to the blick, hit a drum roll, then his head down, eyes on the front door. I was knee deep in the madness and the mildew. Mama cried quiet, lights off by the window. Now I ride through it all, stone face, skin cold, cause the same pain that broke niggas. Built wolves, big pressure bro, sliding with the pole twitching. Cold section, no dirty head, gone different. Don't start nothing or be nothing. That's all wisdom, but we grew where side I could turn souls missing. Talk greasy, but the undertone is violence. I don't gotta act wild, prime time like Dion. What's even wild, I freeze niggas, no freon. No house, leaving shit colder, you niggas peons. Funeral fit, fresh out the dry cleaners. One shot, leave a bitch nigga side leaning. Buckshot, blood clot, bus stop, broad day. Big clock, mug shot, chalk line, hallway. Red hot, fed watch, shell tops, gunplay, headshot. Red dot, air out the Hyundai. Flip mode, 6-0, switchblade, rib cage. Kick those, tiptoe, 6-0s in the ashtray. Chris Fo's big smoke, whip game, sensei. Bitch made boys get boxed in with a switchblade. Fast paced, gas break, blacked out back streets. Mad face, half crazed, handshakes, not me. Cap talk, backfire bad when the mag speed. Flatline chest, rise slow, niggas trying to breathe gun, but shoot something, gut punch, graveyard. Young blood jumped in head first. Braveheart, rainfall, chain swing, gang signs. K-Spark, same pain, same thing. That thing's off, shotty to the body, it'll knock a nigga skin off. Leave the remains where the rest of the corpses are.
Nice throw. There's a lot of times where artists I have a nice flow. People be like, dog, I know that you ain't a maestro, but there's a lot of time where people don't even like hoes. So you wanna go freaking into this? Sorry. He's like over there talking. He's over there talking. There's a lot of time where people running around the street while I'm over there walking, and I'm freaking over here, freaking trying to like review a freaking song, and sometimes you could like hear my dog barking. Like this one right here.
Hey.
So when you say, because a remix can be looked at in a few different ways, as can a freestyle, more or less, right? But when you say remix in the context of this song, would it be a remix of your own record, different beat kind of situation, or a remix of another artist's song where it's just you rapping on their beat? Only say that because I do want artists to be a little bit more cautious when it does come to the type of record that you may send to shows like mine, right? So if it's you rapping on for example, if it's a Drake beat, if it's a Kendrick beat, if it's a Jay-Z beat, DMX, like whatever, it'll still pick up in the algorithm like we're playing that artist's record. And what they do to us as the streamer is they either mute that record at some point in the stream, they block it or our stream, or flag us, different stuff like that. Really just depends on hold on. Really just depends on I guess how strict the label is. But for example, we've been cut for an artist that sent a record featuring Tech9. There was another one or another time we just played straight up like DMX, and another episode where we played a Joyner Lucas music video. There's another time where I just played the visuals to a Radiohead music video with the audio of an independent artist or whatnot. So they are kind of really good at picking some of that stuff up. We can't just play a Marvel soundtrack. There's so many kind of rules, right? So I only say that to just make sure that you guys are cautious. Otherwise, when you try to go back and look for the stream, you will not find it there when you're trying to go back and re-get your review. Now, if it's you rapping on another industry artist record, I'll always recommend, if anything, make sure that you remake that beat. Not like remake the same exact beat with all the same elements, but sample it, take it in a different direction to where even the artist would be impressed. If someone is more or less even tired of an original song from another artist and they've exhausted that beat, like Not Like Us was one of those for certain people, right? Because you were hearing it everywhere, so much so like you just didn't even want to hop on the beat yourself unless you did, and then eventually it gets worn out. So hearing someone on it now in its current state is not as impressive as it would be if the beat was sampled and taken into a different direction. Overall, to get past both of those, I like when artists write. I gotta say that. What up, FJ? Appreciate that. I like when artists write, because you can get stuff like we just got, what I'm saying? How he was able to go in there, intricately with certain rhyme schemes and keep a certain thing going. We can attempt when we are freestyling, right? But at a certain moment, we may fall off or end up having to punch in a little bit too much. When you get in there and write, you almost have that intention of either let me memorize it before I'm performing it, or if you have it in your face and you know the cadence, you can get in there and do as much of it as possible before having to punch in. And even then, even if you have to punch in, there's a professional way to do it where we won't hear it. And a lot of artists kind of forget about that, and they're a little bit too lazy, and we hear it almost like every bar, which isn't impressive. Once again, if you get scores for like every little thing that you do, you want to always go with, okay, if I want people to be more impressed, I'm gonna do this. Never think that people are just all right with whatever. Like, you give them a whatever performance or song or beat or whatever it is, they're going to give you that same energy back. it'll be a background record where they'll have no problem talking over the song while they're in the car and the record comes on. But you want them to want to pay so much attention to you. They stop that conversation, they crank up the record or the radio, you know, whatever they're listening to it on, and try to figure out who you are. You know, get out their phone and Shazam it and want to see more of what you have, add the song to their playlist. Like you want people to go down that road, so it's always the best to get in there. I didn't really have too much of a problem with the mix as well. You know, the performance was I think on point. Maybe there's like a moment toward a certain time where I don't know if it was either you or the beat, more or less, that the timing was just kind of off. It was in a very specific section. That's the only thing that I would kind of perfect. But part of me liked it because it was natural. It was another form of being able to see just the imperfection of someone who still cared about what they were putting on the record. But this right here, man, if you can perform this, man, like anybody's gonna be impressed. So, you know. And he said, I got a not like a remix on my channel. See what I'm saying? But yeah, so I know the different forms that will remake. Like I may go in and remake a beat to one of my own songs and do something different and bring it back out. So there's that as well. Let me just read off a little bit of what y'all was saying. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's okay, I like on the aggro. Hold on. He said, no, it's the beat Remy used to this. Oh, I remember that. And he said I'm about to post it on YouTube here in a bit. And I just wanted some feedback before I posted it. There we go. Well, you know, I had no qualms for the record itself. You know, I think you did an overall good job with the performance, so I think people are gonna like it. Just do some visual content for, you know, TikTok if you can, or some TikTok, IG, YouTube. Say that shit is dope for it to be in a day. You know what I'm saying? Take your time and take a couple more days. Keep tweaking that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Promise you're gonna be like, damn. Right. Appreciate what was that? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to FJ. Thank you for the flow state. And let me just tap in. Oh fuck yeah. What up, Anonymous? What's freaking poppin'? What is poppin', my good sir? Alright. Let's see what we got. Let's take another one from the email, and then I'll hop on. I see one on our narrow side as well. Okay, J Bell. Just sent a beat, and so we shall go in and get it. Anonymous said nothing. Yahoo. Let's see. This is JJ with "Or Love Me Not." What do you produce with? What do you produce with? What do you produce with? Oh, I was like, where did... What do you produce with? Yeah. Yo. What do you produce with? There's a lot of time when you wanna freaking get it in my mind to freaking know when I'm ever gonna drop new shit. People like, hey man, you sick? I don't know. What the fuck I'm gonna do right here? You know what, man? I won't flow. It honestly feels like it's more for a singer than rapper. There's a lot of freaking times where like I bring you in after the freaking beat plays and people like dog like Dorky is freaking dope as hell. Do what he says, cause if he wants to be able to go around like people freaking cool, man, you have no style. Just look at my profile. People don't even know how I want to be able to say I drink milk with no cows. People wanna say that I was cool to the... Seriously, bro, that was way short. Let's go ahead and hit the clap button, I guess. I mean, honestly, I'm assuming it would be. You did say in your profile that you are a 2000s R&B lover, so you said 2000s R&B lover, not open to collabs, and EP out now, new album coming soon. Why wouldn't you be open to collabs, man? You have a bad experience or something like that? Let us know. For me, right, I'm always gonna want that your records, your beats, whatever it is, extended at least somewhere to a 2 to 3 song or 2 to 3 verse structure when it comes to a song, because you never know what an artist might have an idea for. At the very least, if you provide enough of the beat, the artist has the choice whether or not they can still literally chop off any section of the record they want, make it just one verse in the chorus. That's up to them. But if you provide 3 verses worth, now they have an opportunity to either do more verses and switch up a lot of their ideas that they may have throughout each verse, or they have an opportunity to do a feature or to get a feature on it, whether or not it's an R&B or rap artist or something like that. But if you shorten the record, especially for, if you shorten the beat, especially for the newer artists of this generation who might not take a lot of time to learn a program in and out, to figure out how to get that extended version, whether it's for themselves or you want to be the one to at least have provided it versus them trying to loop it themselves, because I can do that, right? I'm a producer / artist / engineer. If I wasn't a producer, I'd still be able to loop it in the right place to make it more natural. As a producer, I can build more beat past what you've done. If I wanted to, I can still, loop it at a certain point and then have certain elements, but you want to be the one to do that. So you can, just like an artist, have more ideas down that wave. Most of the time, that's all you really have to do is figure out, okay, what else can I do in this area so that it's different enough where the artist can't resist wanting to do a little bit more. What do you guys feel it fits a little bit more though? Rapper, singer? I think with this one, it does feel more like a early kind of 2000s R&B joint. Think about some singers. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let it run one more time without rapping over it, just so y'all can hear that yourself. There's an essence of the 90s in there too, a little bit. Female artist, I'm thinking in my head. You see, it could have changed up here. You could have taken the bass line off in this section, and then brought it back right about, give or take. All right, man. That's what's up.
There's a lot of times, there's a lot of people eating lots of rice.
What up, Simba? And he said, I'm off. He said, I'm off work. Do you want to do an interview and stuff like that? Just out of the blue with no with no promotion whatsoever. I think it's often better to prepare people for it or whatnot, because we have a certain structure that we do, you know, when I'm able to go through and hold on, let me plop this right back in here. When we're able to prepare people for it, title the episode, you know, that dorky interview of, you know, whoever it is, and then I'll making the promotional, you know, material, having different things to pull up from that, I think always helps. Hold on, let me see if I can find, like, this was the last one we did with Mark Cooper. That's what we had done with Mark Cooper. Was dope. Hold on, let me see if I have as well. Give me a second. Okay, when we're in that, do I still have the one with Record Child? Another interview of Record Child. And let me see if I have. There's the C. Losta one, and nice, it shows you the thing right away, so I ain't even gotta move it. That's the one we did with Drex. And then C. Losta. C. Losta, you know what I mean? You wanna almost be in a Hall of Fame kind of, you know, situation and whatnot, right? So I can always pull those up. But let me see. Soul Script, what up? Sent one, that's what's good. Said if you email a link, I have time. And I don't have questions freaking prepared, man. You better give me some time, my brother. Let me see. I said I put it on Nero. Yeah, I know. We pulled from our email and the Nero. I'm gonna go into Nero in just a moment. Let me see. How are you? Where is Sincerely Sid? Let me see. Right here, I'm assuming doing good. Sid, you know what I'm saying? Going in. Let's see. I was gonna ask if it was cool if I sent one of my fiancés Sincerely Sid. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Again, just don't send us Drake or Kendrick or, you know, an industry artist that has a major record deal, because those records will get us cut most of the time. She do fly, you know what I'm saying? You crazy, quick. He said Mark Cooper is in the nerdcore lane. Yep. Yeah, he is. Yes, you did. You missed it. So, but it's still up. So you should be able to recap on it. You can go over there and save the interview for later and let us know. I had a funny slip up too on when I was when I was bringing him in, because I had seen other interviews from him in the past, right? I don't know which one it was, but there was something that he had said that made me think that he had the kids or a kid at least or whatnot. So when I was introducing him, I said he's a man of many hats, and then he said a father. He said, well, I'm many of those hats except for one. I'm not a father. And I almost wanted to say, nah, man, you fathers these MCs.
dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland. I'm realer than a kid within a imaginary.
Hold on. Those other ones I tried to download earlier are coming on. Coming in like a freight train. Alright, let me pull one of these from the narrow side. We got Soul. Is it Soul Script? Hold on. How would it go there and then not let me?
The shadows lived inside the hall. You built a fortress, built a wall with whispered threats and eyes of stone. You made me feel so all alone. I carried secrets like a weight decided by a bitter fate. You thought you owned the air I breathed, the tangled web that you had.
It reminds me of Haley from Paramore.
Haley from Paramore.
That baby don't look like it.
Standing tall. When I spoke up, the lights began to fly. You looked the world in the eye and swore it was a lie because you were a Marine. They let it slide, let it get swept under the rug while I cried inside. And when my body changed, you felt the fear. Ordered the DNA test just to keep your record clear. Not out of love or to be a father to me, but just a legal shield to keep yourself free.
Tell us about this home.
Don't make a man, and the truth doesn't care about your master plan. You can hide behind the flag, you can hide behind the name, but I am the fire that survived your flame. I'm not the little girl who was fading in the haze. I'm the woman who survived your predatory
It's almost like what I imagine Haley would be like when she gets older.
Truth is out, but you
right, Big Fig and Salute, give us your thoughts and let us know what you think about the song. Now, so if you can, tell us as much as you can, right? And when we have, like, you know, kind of AI creators that come to the show, right, we're always gonna have certain conversations. But what I find is it helps when people know how you came at the record itself, right? Whether it's all of the lyrics, production, if you are in there thinking about or performing the melodies that you then tell it to kind of sing and bring out in the female voice or anything like that. If it's just the idea, right? Because there's so many ways to come at an AI record that I feel like we need everyone to be very specific with what they've done so we know what you have a talent in. Because if you are someone who literally can like you make the production and or again, if every word is yours, or we know you know how to get in there with the melodies and stuff, or even play an instrument, if you know how to do any of those things, that makes you as the person much more valuable than what people are only hearing via the AI record, right? Because again, there will be times in the future potentially where you end up in a studio that doesn't use AI and they want to bring you in to help them, you know, really compile a real song. We need to know if you're able to do that kind of stuff. It does sound like a record naturally in that rock lane. Every melody was on point, structure of the record, but we also know that that's what Suno does. You know, if Suno, any other AI program, like that's their primary function of like, how can we take an idea of a song or the base of another song and turn it into another song in a new genre or something like that. We're always going to know that there's that side of it. And so yeah, how much of the percentage of what we are hearing is you versus what the AI is kind of helping with. And then the other thing is, we always want the artist to be real at the end of the day, right? What most of us hear when we hear an AI record is the idea of a record, but we never feel like it's complete, because what can a real artist do that an AI artist can't? They can't perform live. They are not real per se. So there's a lot of what we'll hear where it might feel a little bit not fake, but it leaves us wanting more and then not knowing really what else to do about it other than somebody else getting up on stage and kind of performing it, but that's not gonna be the artist, right? Like quite literally, if there was an AI record that was really good, it went out there, it became a hit, and then they got somebody else to act as the artist when it came to live performances, I'm not getting in a line to get that artist's autograph. That's just me, because again, I know that's not the person who wrote the song or who even sung the song. It's basically like, you know, a Mickey Mouse situation, or, you know, at the Disneyland, while there are people who will get in line to freaking go meet, quote unquote, you know, Mickey Mouse and the Marvel characters or whatnot, there's still this aspect of, nope, that's not Chris Pratt, that's not Tony Stark's Iron Man, that's not the actual Loki. You know, these are embodiments of them, but you want the real experience. Again, we'll still be able to see the aspect of a potentially good record, but can you replicate that? Can you go in without the aspect of AI and still create a song like that, very much in this genre or any other genre for that matter. The other thing is, man, that voice sounded very similar to a few people. I think I was really thinking about Haley from Paramore, but like a slightly kind of older one. Almost sound like in between her and Evanescence, you know what I'm saying? Or her and the lead singer of Evanescence. And anytime I hear certain things, I'm always thinking about that. Like, did it take that voice signature from them, right? Again, without their, like, we know that most of these programs, they scrape the web. They went to court over this, so it's a fact. It's not something that people make up. They scrape the internet for a lot of the training data when it comes to these songs. So there are times where you're going to hear a similar voice or style. In some cases, people's whole beat tags have come out on the other side of other people's work. So there's always something that needs to happen to better protect artists. If you can get a real artist to replace the one we're hearing, assuming they're not real. Again, sometimes it may just be the production that is done by AI. But even then, we always come back to that same thing, wanting to hear the record perform live, like with a band, especially something like this. And so we know what it is. Let me go now. I was just trying to get in there. I wanted to have the full-on conversation before we jump into the chat. You guys can sort of chime in. You know, for all I know, it's not AI, but like it sounds like it. And you, yeah. But no. I think you did put it in the thing. Let me congratulate you with that though as well, right? Hold on. Let me hit that. So on my narrow, when you submit, one of the questions that it does ask is, was the record created or assisted with AI and stuff like that, right? So he could have tried to lie right there, but it's important that we get transparency up front so that we can judge it as an AI record. I feel like that really does help us go in. And again, you got some good comments. I saw someone say it doesn't sound like it's an AI record, but it is. Like there's certain aspects in there that make it feel a little bit more natural. But the sound that we know AI cannot mix perfectly, right? And then the sounds that it produces are still at a feeling of or sound of just like low quality, and we know when things can be a little bit better, right? It feels like almost the equivalent to the garage band recordings that we would get from early bands in the first place, right? Which is not a bad thing per se, but what would happen when that band got signed? They would then actually re-record the song, you know, via the label's dime essentially, right? Go in, new instruments, great mixing and mastering, and then we get a professional version of that record and then a music video and all that. But the things that we've heard produced from, you know, most AI, like we can always tell, which is why replacing as many elements as possible with real ones is and should be the end result. All right, so let me see. All right. So what'd you say? Yeah, this sound like AI, but if it is, fooled me, bro. You know, sounds cool. 8 out of 10. That was 1,000 worlds. And welcome back, by the way. And you said my lyrics, AI vocals, lyrics. Let me see. Wow, really sounded great. Let's see. And it's about past sexual trauma from the said person. Okay. Don't want to read all of it out loud, but let me see what's happening. This I like that. There's a a kind of, a positive element that can come out of that. When you have a story, you see how much of a difference that makes as well. When you actually have a story behind the song that you have created, and most people aren't gonna know that right up front, right? So for a lot of people, when they hear an AI record, they assume that most people do very little. You'll hear the phrase, you just press a button. I know that it's more than that, right? It's a button, it's a category, it's a prompt, it's trying to be as detailed as possible through each section, if you even go that full route, and then have the lyrics with the prompt, and then kind of picking the genre, male or female, but people need to know how much of that is in there, and then knowing the details of why the song is made, what it's about. I think it'll ease people a little bit more into your message. It won't make them forget that it's AI, but it does help, because there are some people who don't even know what they want to make. They're not creative, and so they go to ChatGPT to help them come up with the ideas and the prompts and the lyrics. And you know what I mean? If you do so much without actually getting in there yourself, how can we expect people to be fully impressed? So there's that, and there's a story. The other suggestion that I'll give you, that I've given most AI creators, is you can also visually record yourself making some of these records if you can. Again, seeing how much, even if it's just lyrics. I know you're like, why would I'm like just writing things down in my head. Like, no, like, trust me, do as much work as possible. I think that'll also kind of force you to want to do a lot more when it does come to the creation of the record as well. Because if you know that, okay, well, I don't want to just record me typing and then pressing, enter or something like that. Like, no, go through, even if it's just typing for now, go through that process and talk to the camera about it. Say, so I want to do a song that's about, you know what I mean? And then like really go into, the detail. And then, so I'm going to tell it to those things will ease people in a lot more. Like the climate of AI, people who either do or don't accept it. It's always because certain people will try to either trick them into thinking something was real when it wasn't. They're not admitting their AI. Those that do not do all the work, and then they just generate 20 songs every 5 minutes. I know that's exaggerating, but there are some people who literally will release 100 songs in a day, not realizing that you need to take time. Think about the fact that releases for any artist, and especially in this world, you're not the only artist out there. You can't expect one person to listen to 100 songs of only yours in one day. By a certain time, we get tired of just you all together, and we may not come back to it because we feel like we've gotten our fill. So you want to treat any album that you potentially work on like you actually did work on it for a good few months or a year or something like that, and have an actual rollout. Make sure that you have visuals and content for it, so that people know that it's out there. But each song, and not rushing into the next one, because that's another thing that people will forget, because you don't take the same amount of time as someone else might do with actually making the song. You just kind of try to push them out one after the next, like not thinking like, no, you got to build stuff up, otherwise you're gonna wear it out, you're gonna wear the platforms out. That's why they're starting to take a lot of AI records off of iTunes and Spotify and stuff. Let me see bands. Let me see. Yeah, but I don't have, again, Simba, I don't have the questions. When I get into the interviews, I like to do not only a good like deep dive into the artist, right? Kind of figure out like what are the things that I want to, you know, help present and promote from them. What are the diehard questions, you know, we'd always have or whatnot. Doing it just randomly on the spot, unprepared, unpromoted, I feel like would be a disjustice for you and the show within itself. But if you want to pay for it, I'm unopposed. Let's see. But I want to make sure, you know what I mean? We got to get everybody thing in. But like, nah, I still want to be able to do it properly. So I'm gonna feel weird. Let me see. What did you say? Where was I at? And yes, we'll be getting back into the lineup in just a moment. Okay. Okay, see what I found, you know what I'm saying? And let's see. Oh no. Yeah, sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that experience that you went through. You know, sometimes not my own race, but just like, you know, we're often disgusted by our own gender, as you know, it's the situations like that had made you guys, you know, when we hear the interviews and women go like they'd rather be in the forest with the bear. It's those situations. Know that, and I hope it doesn't mess up your experience with everyone that you may meet. There are good ones out there who don't even think in that manner. Ones who their whole life is trying to get into a proper, you know, relationship with someone that they truly love and wouldn't for a second think about doing that to you, let alone a young adult, a kid, a teen, you know what I'm saying? But I'm deeply you know, apologetic of what happened. What do you say Fortnite on GTA or GTA live concerts? Do we want that? I'm still trying to see. But like, how do you pull a whole event out of those situations? My dogs are gonna stop barking in a second. Like Travis Scott did a little performance. I thought that was dope. And it was kind of cool how they did that. But oh my gosh, hold on.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland umbrella. Then a kid within a imaginary.
All right. Let me go back. I guess I can. You know what I'm saying? Said getting my nervous system back to where I used to be after all the trauma, so could really tear the mic up. Okay. Listen, if you can actually go in and perform, that's dope. So yeah, I get that. All of our voice, you know what I'm saying, our my own voice, you know what I'm saying, and that sound exactly. But I know I can resonate to my story. I understand that. Respect your critique. Hold on, y'alls. I'm just trying to catch up in the chat. And then Sincerely said, what's up, Paul? If you here, we're good. Said actually I post paintings that I do to the rhythm and mood to my song. Oh, that's actually kind of dope. So it's art within art, done in a few different ways. There's a lot of layers to that. I think people might rock with. Dropped 11 songs, you know what I'm saying, in 1 month. Well, see, you got to think about it. How many weeks are in a month, right? If you decide to drop one each week, it would be better than, because then you can spend the week promoting that one song, getting people used to that, getting people the content that could come with that. You visually talking about what each song is about, kind of, and then at the end of the month you could kind of drop like an EP or LP, you know what I'm saying, worth of basically what you had, you know what I'm saying. I'd rather have that than potentially a few songs in all one day, and you know, like, again, stretch them out a little bit and take that time. Like, us as real artists, we don't just immediately go in and then drop something as soon as we make it, you know. Well, we may come through to review shows and, like, you know, preview it a little bit, figure out what might be wrong with it first and tweak it before we go out and finalize. But we know to take a little bit of, they know if you take a little bit of time, I mean, we know if we take a little bit of time that people will respect it more or whatnot. I was saying tonight because I have inconsistent days off, man. You said I'm back. I'm researching the aluminum air battery, you know what I'm saying, in case. I think we should get back in. Spoon feed your audience to build up the anticipation. Exactly. Said 3 a day and other interviews later when I have the following. Let me see. And if you're doing all in all AI route, you know what I'm saying, might as okay, yeah, videos too. I mean, like, I'm still, so here's the thing. I don't want to be in this conversation for hours and stuff, man. But I think that wherever you can input a reality, do it. So if you have if you have an entirely AI record, let's say, do a real music video. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so let me think as you know, a visual artist, and if I were to make a short film and then put the song behind it as the music video, I think, you know, people would have again, more respect. When you do every single thing AI, it might be a little bit much for certain people. And there has to be some place within there where they do feel like they're getting a real person. So I just think about, just the conversations that we have. If I'm interviewing you about a music video, I always ask, Ave. If I'm interviewing you about a music video, I kind of ask about that experience. What was it like? What was this specific location? You know, what was it like filming there? With this, with that, you know, how were the people? Like, we want to know about the actual experience. So if there is none, because the video is AI too, there's very little for you to talk about, right? Jakey was freaking good. Send a skip. Gotcha. But do what you guys want. Experiment however you need to, as long as you know how most people feel. Some aren't gonna care, some are, and I think again, there are just many people who want to see what you guys do very authentically and stuff like that. How you been? I've been all good. I've been all good, my friend. Let me see. Okay, I see your skip on the narrow side. Let's go ahead and get you in. Let's go hit this. 13K in the past. On what, rap fame? You gotta be specific. You gotta be specific, because people will be like, what? On Spotify? Congratulations. Rap fame, not everybody's on just yet, so they all need to become akin to. Let's see. Where is this? YouTube. Okay. Okay, there he goes. There he goes.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
There's a lot of times where I would wanna whip it. Hold on, let me put this in here. Turn this off. And let me bring the rap fame tab up here. Did they change the way their players look? It looks like, bruh. Hold on, bruh. Did they? I need to see something, man. It looks almost like they just copied SoundCloud's whole like layout in a certain way. Hold on, let me see. A little bit different. Feels very similar though. Only reason why the other one is black is because I put that custom on that. But yeah, it almost looks like
Why is everything
SoundCloud. SoundCloud and
he talking that shit.
And Ben Lab.
Too many damn chest nigga look like Verizon. Send that boy up, he bout to horizon. Then he go with my boy head plug named Simon. Said he got pounds, don't know why he lying. Give him an ages for F. For trying. He mad cause I left his little sister crying. She thought we was in love just cause I broke her spine. Whole time while he trying beef with me, I heard that nigga done dropped a few dimes. And one thing about this rap shit, I'm not lying. Feel like Peter Parker in the left for the sign. I'm not trusting no nigga, don't want no alliance. I just want a soul, I don't want him alive. I keep seeing demons all in my sleep. Every time I wake up, I be scared on my mind. I don't care about a bitch if she ever betrayed. 2 years after your death and I still ain't forgave. And I don't give a fuck, that's the game that I'm playing. At first I was loyal, now a nigga changed. Loyalty don't exist, just give me reasons. I'd rather see my old friends bleed. When I was down bad, they decided to leave me. And that was just something I couldn't believe. My ex called from the juvenile center. She lucky that I even picked up the phone. Guess she thought we was cool, I told her we was. I just hope for the worst that she never come home. 22 too small, might as well throw a stone. Bend up, baby, I'm a king on the throne. Give a fuck about the thought, they gon' go for the block. And not to mention bitches hot as a stove. They said I cuss too much in my song. Bitch shit damn and I don't give a fuck. You ain't from my career, so just shut the fuck up. And then tell my little thought that I need me some butt. Don't ask me no questions, don't interrogate. And don't ask me nothing that's gon' have me thinking. Niggas not real, most of these niggas be fake. Like why the fuck everybody wanna be gangsta? And most of them ain't even they own mine. Mama like boy better get to a plan. Give me your money nigga, Uncle Sign. So he in the game but the nigga not playing. Said I'm in the field nigga Tarzan. She said we in love bitch stop playing. Move the pack real fast 100 yard dash. I can say it's my fault but it's really y'all bad. She loving my smoke cause I'm rocking Old Spice. And maybe I could give your little ass a break. But nigga you been broke your whole life. Just to get you a bag I don't know what it takes. By the priest of the Lord nigga TDJ. And one thing you would never do is see me hate. If he flexing that bag, then he getting braced. When I hop on the beat, niggas want take. He talking that shit, I'm sliding. Too many damn chest nigga look like Verizon. Send that boy up, he bout to horizon. Then he go with my bald head plug named Simon. Said he got pounds, don't know why he lying. Give him an A just for effort for trying. He mad cause I left his little sister crying. She thought we was in love just cause I broke her spine. Whole time while they trying beef with me, I heard that nigga done dropped a few dimes. And one thing about this rap shit, I'm not lying. Feel like Peter Parker in the left for the sign. I'm not trusting no nigga, don't want no alliance. I just want his soul, I don't want him alive. I keep seeing demons all in my sleep. Every time I wake up, I be scared on my mind.
Scared of my mind, scared of my mind. Freestyle like it's a crime. Fuck these demons when we sleeping. It's the weekend, get crunk, get drunk, smoke that blunt. Yeah, you know you wanna get fucked up in the club. What with the bag of bud? Huh? Yeah, you know that good lean I poke. Yeah, you know that she gon' find a fucking pole. Yeah, she's gonna find a pole. That's your hoe. You ain't know like Roscoe. Yeah, I flow. Yeah, you know I float. Ho, you ain't know 'cause you's a hoe. Get to fucking know, ho. Whoa. That's just how I flow, ho.
No, that's
whoa.
Never say the same thing twice.
That's just how I flow, ho.
That's just how I flow. There's a lot of times. That's just how I know when I want to rhyme. I don't even know what is on my mind. What do you guys think about that? 1 to 10, feedback is, of course, welcome. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, I believe you have sent this record to the show before. And we'll see if I've said the same thing that I did that first time you sent in, right? Because he is essentially the artist that is on the tail end of the record, right? What I've often said is there's always an essence of like freestyling, more or less, which I know that a lot of artists this generation do. Doesn't mean it's a good thing, because if we can tell you're freestyling, there's always going to be a better 2 lines that you could have stuck together to make yourself be someone that we immediately want to do a record with. When we're making lists of some of the best artists, we always think about the work ethic of the artist and what they put in. You don't want us to feel like you are kind of freestyling off top, right? It's, when you do it, it's a little bit more playful. It's, nothing, too crazy. I did remember saying that it was even though it was freestyle, it was still the best one that I had heard from him in terms of performance. The ad-libs were also another thing that I would sometimes complain about. On other records, it's a little bit more overbearing, right? Where they're just kind of going on and you have these effects on them and it'll just feel like they're a little bit distracting. This one, or this time, listening to it, I think it was less overbearing, but it's still there, right? You want to make sure that everything is professional as possible. Now, for the first half of the record, my complaint with that verse is more the fact that every line was punched in. I don't even know what I'm gonna go do, right? He'd say that, stop, punch in, come in with a whole nother line right after that, stop, punch in, come on with the next line, stop, punch in. And I always want you guys to know the science of the listener listening to your song. When you want us to truly be impressed, because I still liked what he was saying, but the punch-in aspect took a few points off, because you always want to feel like the artist is as prepared as possible. Like they know the song that they're going to perform, and punching in that much doesn't give me confidence that you're going to be able to perform it live. In fact, it almost makes it feel like you are going to have a problem in certain cases. Or you're gonna go with your vocals on the record, which a lot of us kind of hate. Like, it's another distraction, especially when you don't at least cut the vocals down a lot more for the live performance, for the performance version. But if you can literally perform it front to back without cutting yourself off, essentially, or losing breath, that's one of those reasons why it's always good to make sure that you practice. If anything, any punch in record or record where I've heard an artist punch in for the majority of it, I still look at that as an unfinished song until they go back in and re-record the verse like they're performing it, right? As far as you can in there before having to punch in. And your only other saving grace is that you could have the feature do the other lines. Like if you know you're gonna cut yourself off, tell the feature to actually do those parts for you. You know what I'm saying? So you can go in and do one line, they come in with the next, you have a little bit of a back and forth, there's something cohesive there, and you're able to perform it professionally. But you almost kind of force yourself to do certain things during the live performance. Imagine a tiny desk of every performance you guys do, because something with a piano in it like this, it's simple. Dun, dun, dun. If somebody's gonna go do that and just on a piano, and then you're over there being able to perform the record, those are the things that that people are going to love. But you almost kind of screw yourself over if you're not. But we got into 3 minutes and 15 seconds as well, so not bad. All right, let me see what the people were saying. Let me go see what the people are saying. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Speaking of gold, make sure you guys invest in some. Yes, indeed. Invest in gold. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Put that shit on point though. Ain't it getting better though? Let me see. I made 600 notes. Murphy outline 8.8. And then 1,000 words say, they say I cuss too much on my songs. Damn, you know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. And then you said, you know what I'm saying? Haha, fire. Let's see. What do you say? 80 out of 100. And then punch in flow though, right? Again. And they say, what I like about this track is the relatability, feeling large despite the chaos of disloyalty and doubt, man. Yeah, everybody can relate. Everybody can relate. All right, let me see where we are at. Let's jump back in the email right quick. See what we got. Appreciate you for that. All right, Paul, yours is in. You sent Snide Whip. We're back in it. Happy ending.
I drink your blood and I eat your skin.
It was my first time, I had never done it before. Immediately flummoxed, I had a stomach for war. Instead of running out the punter, prefer to run up the score. Body smelling to high heaven, dump them under the floor. Every summer I come to summon the gore. Paint my face with all the blood from every son of a whore who would dare draw swords and pour the thunder to roar. Leave your plunder in your galleon, torn asunder its shore. No quarter, took all the rum in the store and zoom. Hoarded the balloons and left you leaking from mortal wounds. The sort of doing it for choking you till you're sort of blue. With this electric cord out of boredom, you can't afford to sue. That's the day the pile of corpses grew. Fame and fortune to stay alive in this orphan zoo. The blood of warriors in the vein and it's coursing through. I'm pro-choice and I'm motherfucking aboard your crew.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Had to tell a story with a happy ending. From the earth burst the machine. From birth cursed to be seen as the worst person unclean. From the dirt lurking underneath the scene. Below the turf working my curse when they slumber and they dream. Let's fucking end on a high note. Let's not be afraid of the dark. When my mind told me not not to play with my food. I said, bitch, I am not playing. This is art.
Paint a portrait of your organs with the artery spray. Try to restrain myself, okay? It's hard to remain sane. Had to replay the same vision. Trip and listen to the voices racing in my brain. Living life numb like I'm on cane. Please offer me pain. Hop in the plane, stepping awake. I'm vacate, digging my grave. I stop chasing, stop playing. This is not a game. Introduce you to my 5 faces. The 9 paces turn to face me. Glitch, see one word. I think it don't make me good. I'd rather play with my food. Board carnivore with multiple moves. Nothing to prove, hoping to lose. Taking a cruise with multiple loose body parts from multiple dudes. Taking acid bath, get rid of the proof. So what's the next move? If you listen and distress you, God bless you. I'm just doing what the best do. You just doing what the rest do. When you're dead, your girlfriend don't show you what
Tell
a
a
neck
story
do.
with a happy ending. From the earth burst the machine. From birth cursed to be seen as the worst person unclean. From the dirt lurking underneath the scene. Below the turf working my curse when they slumber and they dream. Let's fucking end on a high note.
He reminded me of someone.
Afraid of the dark. When my mom told me not to play with my food, I said, bitch, I am not playing. This is art. That's why they locked me in a private ward. I strung the warden up by the neck with a vinyl cord. A final form
That
of brown
chorus.
rage in a vile swarm. Kamikaze murder hornets like a pilot scorn. It's violent porn without the fornication. Norman Bates in a warm embrace and a scorn and hatred. Storming the gates, warm a nation, a form an invasion. Formative state till when they perform my coronation. Born and raised in a sordid haze of abhorrent faces. Now I'm back to taking through these informative pages. No trace in a container, this form of contagion. Formula racing ain't as quick as the storm when it's raging. So stick a fork in this morbid summation. Amalgamation of an orc and a dork in the basement. I am a horrible and warped source of amazement. Lead the earth scorched in a blaze, torch in the pavement. Had to tell a story with a happy ending. From the earth burst the machine. From birth cursed to be seen as the worst person unclean. From the dirt lurking underneath the scene. Below the turf working my curse when they slumber and they dream. Let's fucking end on a high note. Let's not be afraid of the dark. When my mom told me not to play with my food, I said, bitch, I am not playing. This is art.
I love that chorus. Straight hip hop, of course, of the culture, something of a dark piano, you know, kind of production. You know what I'm saying? Drums that hit hard and nicely. Of course, though, I almost wish I could mix that record to bring a lot of what I'm hearing out, right? You know, I think we're always gonna talk about mixes more or less, because you want to know where your record sounds like it is currently. Right now, it does feel like it's something from a mixtape, but I want the album version, right? I want the crisp and clean vocals, everything being where it needs to be. Often, for any of you to know sort of where your record stands, literally just listen to your record on each platform right next to certain industry artists. Anybody in that same lane that you know has a kind of studio recording that is, you know, on those same platforms, you're gonna know what we would hear if we were to simply just throw your record into the middle of a playlist at a party or whatever it is. Now a DJ's job when they are, you know, running a mix for the club or whatever it is, their job is to make sure that things stay consistent, right? You want to get the people either moving in a certain way, you want to keep a certain energy, even when people make requests and you have to throw those in, you want to make sure that things sound proper. So if someone gives you their thing, if they're able to, they'll kind of adjust the volume. Now you can do that on freaking YouTube or certain platforms. The volume is kind of already locked in, and you can't go any higher than what it might already be at, and that's something that we always have to factor in. If everybody wants to turn it up a little bit more, but they just can't because it's kind of, you know, just stuck in that mode, you know there's something else that you need to do. So test yourself, go back in, make those adjustments, and figure out how to get them a little bit cleaner. I do mix and master, so as I said, man, I only say things when I know that I could possibly, you know, help and make things a little bit better, help you get that polished, you know, quality. But yeah, man, that is what's up. Sitting the dork in the basement, and yeah. And let me see. So I'm not playing. This is art, right? Yeah, it gets me. I think that I just kept picturing. I kept picturing him or a kid version of him just looking up at his mom while the plate, you know, it looks like an actual piece of art when they, you know, get to show it, and she's like, man, he said, bitch, I'm not playing. This is art. Yeah, feature not bad either. Yep, I think he did a good job. Who did the feature remind me of though? It sounded like someone familiar. And he said Michigan rappers going crazy. So what's wild, I think the two places that I've been seeing a lot of great artists coming out of recently is Detroit and Chicago. Like those two places have had at least they've seemed like they're still a hotbed for hip hop and records that still feel like they're of the culture. MCs, lyricists, storytellers, but certain type of beats on each end. Like equally, I could hear. I know Dirty B is also from Detroit, right? And I could hear him getting on that same song. Let me show you who the Dirty B is, and you guys can tell me. Dirty B!
If you don't like me, you can get lost or hip toss. I give you sick thoughts like Rick Ross and lip gloss. If there's a dope song circulating, it's his fault. Saying that we in the same genre, that's an insult. For music's sake, they stay humble whenever they appear. Cause shit is how we blazing here, it feels like Satan's near. I'll take a dab to go to sleep, awake and make me clear. Face it, we're high enough to have a whole space career. I'm from a place of no light where only darkness grows, where I snatch heartless souls from the carcass bones. We came to earth to kill humans, deliver the hardest blows. The type of shit they put in myth or in the Spartan poem. The king of darkness on the throne, made of tarnished gold, flawless rolls decorated from the heads of all his foes. A sharpened post to lead the way to most of sharks below. I don't got a heart or soul, I got a part with yours. Martyrs fold, I treat a soldier like a garden gnome. You harmless trolls in the way of something to marching for. The demons back on my call, I'm dressed in shaman robes. Flowers die in my presence, my touch is arctic cold. The Beatles snuff it, refer to me as the Reaper's cousin. If you're facing me, the Armageddon is the repercussions. Emerge from hell and shed a concrete, my feet are touching. To see eye to eye, you gotta grow 100 feet or something. What's my motherfucking name? Never repeat it. Bobby Gaga, Bobby Gaga, the boogeyman. Put your hands up for the boogeyman. It's the Bobby Gaga, Bobby Gaga. What's my motherfucking name? Never repeat it. Bobby Gaga, Bobby Gaga, the boogeyman. Put your hands up for the boogeyman. It's the Bobby Gaga, Bobby Gaga.
What's two in the morning? Better sleep with them yawning. Waking up with the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me, they cool and copy me and tool and stop and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, knowing a Nazi probably in his uniform. Born on a day they gave me unicorn. My brain is so
Alright, let's see what Rob has. You're next up in the free line. This is Rob to who? To who? Rob to who? To who? To who?
Yeah.
Shit, Dirty B is still.
This ain't a diss track. It's a funeral.
Right.
For a friendship. Woodside. Homestead.
Too hype. Rob Murphy. One last conversation. Back when the world fit inside a bicycle frame, Woodside hallways, everybody knew our names. Told people we was brothers, that's how close we stood. Two Indiana knuckleheads up to no good. Roll it down, sneaking out the back after close. Target pockets heavy, thinking nobody knows. Breaking into swimming pools after midnight dives. Young, dumb, bulletproof, living reckless lives. Had them fake blowhorns, pulling cars to the side. Laughing so hard we almost couldn't drive. Every bad idea somehow sounded elite. If one was in trouble, then the other took the heat. That's what I thought. That's what I believe. Real life for real. Some stories don't end with a hug and applause. Some brothers grow distant and never pick up the calls. I ain't mad that you changed, man. People evolve. I'm just burying the friendship and letting God solve. Real life for real. No revenge in my heart, no hatred to drop. Just a chapter I carry that finally stops. Sometimes goodbye ain't a fight, it's accepting the loss. Yeah. Then one day fate came knocking loud at my door. Pass called up, investigators wanting more. Questions on the table, everybody want a name. I already knew the risks when I played the game. I sat silent, ready for whatever came. Ready for the box if that's the price of the flame. Then I found out later how the puzzle got solved. Too hype, gave statements and the pressure dissolved. No jail time, different road, different lane. 3 years behind walls while you built your name. I ain't saying I was innocent, I know what I did, but it's hard when the brother you trusted disappears. I did my time, paid my debt, walked it through, and the whole time I still never hated you. Real life for raw. Some stories don't end with a hug and applause. Some brothers grow distant and never pick up the calls. I ain't mad that you changed, man. People evolve. I'm just burying the friendship and letting God solve. Real life for all. No revenge in my heart, no hatred to drop. Just a chapter I carry that finally stops. Sometimes goodbye ain't a fight, it's accepting the loss. Yeah. Now you got the long company, $1 million grass. Built yourself a future, man, it's happening fast. Meanwhile, I'm building music one song at a time, trying to reconnect through a dream we both had in our minds. I call sometimes, talk about tracks, talk about life, try to bring the old days back. But every conversation feel colder than before. Like you answer out of guilt while you're looking for the door. Maybe you feel bad, maybe you moved on. Maybe the brother I knew been gone too long. Maybe when you hear my voice it reminds you of pain, or the roads we traveled through when we were both insane. Truth is I don't know, and I ain't here to judge. I just know I can't keep reaching for a ghost of a bud. I heard about the glass, the drive-bys, the fear, the enemy still circling after all these years. And I ain't celebrating that, I never wished it on you, even after everything that we both been through. See, this ain't about money, this ain't about pride, this ain't about keeping old anger alive. It's about understanding sometimes people drift apart, and the hardest goodbyes are the ones from the heart. So if this the last song you ever hear from me, no, I still remember who we used to be. Woodside, Homestead, roller dome nights, 2 kids with no clue what the future looked like. You became too white, I became Rob. Life picked the roads and we followed the job. No hate, no threats, no score to keep. Just one old friend, finally letting another one leave. Goodbye, brother. Not the man you are now, the brother I remember.
You gotta figure like it out, man. There's a lot of times you pull the trigger when you don't know what the hell you're gonna do, but it's a sticker. People freaking don't know what they're gonna do, what they got the hiccups.
This is how to tell if you're
all right. Now, I mean, again, I really don't want to sound like a broken record around here, right? But I'll start it off by saying that the record, lyrics, overall structure that we were hearing, production, feels like a record that would be out there, right? The but always comes with basically just all the AI elements, right? Because there's always this mystery when you say absolutely nothing other than the song title, right? And you come with no information. Other times you guys will say, oh, it's my lyrics, you know, but I feel like we always want to know exactly how much that you have to do with every aspect of the record. When the beat switches up in certain sections, when the artist, the AI voice and artist that we're hearing decides to sing the record melodically versus straight up rapping, all of those little elements are things that we want to know what you have a part in, because of the ways that we know people can come up with the records. I know artists or writers who only prompt, and they can't sing, they can't play instruments, they can't make beats, and so all they have is the ideas. Then there are those with just the lyrics, or maybe it's not even lyrics, it's a poem, and then they put that poem into and then turn that into a song. Like basically what I want some of the AI creators to know is that it is not impressive for us to put our non-song elements into a program that turns it into a song, and then to try to act like we've made the thing. Like, you, in order to really be able to say you made it, you have to have like that 99% having to do with most elements that we are hearing. So and again, I've told you countless times that if you send footage of you working on the record and then send the record, we almost won't have to have these conversations. And if we do, we'll be having it on a more like positive kind of note, right? But I feel like it is important. It's a requirement for people to know like how much that they should be impressed, because we'll always be impressed regardless, but we just don't. The mystery kind of leaves us hanging of like, okay, but I know that Suno knows how to do that. I know Suno can bring, you know, something good out of something very little. Yes, you still have to guide it in some of those directions, but I've seen at least one time where you kind of wrapped some of the record. I always want to know if like, okay, so did he do it this time too, or did he just prompt the rest of the time with every other record? You know, it's always up to you. I feel like the further you get in this, the lesser you want to go in and replace the artist, the lesser you want to go to the studio and actually record your songs and stuff. But I still feel like it's something that would make things even better. Like I've said it also several times, but I just don't like hearing the AI voice. If anything that we can basically tell is AI, I would pretty much remove from the song entirely. Otherwise, you got to look at every one of those records as reference records. This is, at least right now in the current climate, until AI itself is its own genre that people kind of, okay, it's depicted as that. Everyone is transparent with the fact that they are an AI artist and they make those records. But I feel like there's levels for those that actually are able to perform the records that they make with AI. I feel like they should be in one category. The ones who are completely AI, right? And maybe when you just do certain things, all of those things need to be placed in the category so we know just how to perceive the talent. Because it's not, I literally really do want to test a lot of the AI creators and see if they're still able to create some of the records without the help of the apps like Suno and such. Again, I have full faith in you. If every single lyric that you write is completely yours, and if AI spits it out exactly as you heard it in your head, then there might be something there. However, if it's your lyrics and it spits something out and surprised you with where it went, then again, we have to give Suno, we have to give them that half of the props with whatever they specifically did and whatever you specifically did. But let me see, you said, and then Suno and every other, so it's getting spooky. I mean, look, I still would, in most cases, rather have you and always being able to hear your voice as opposed to any of the stock AI voices that they provide, because we often hear many AI records that all sound the same. As a matter of fact, when I have time, I will make a little bit of a video on that. I'm going to gather a lot of different records from completely different creators where it basically has the same voice to show you how many artists that are out there with basically the same thing. And when you realize that they're not the same artists and they all have different names, I feel like people will understand a little bit more where we're coming from. But at the end of the day, even then, it's like I don't get this aspect for some people in making the different AI, records, and then really trying to push and promote and put it out, but then can't perform it because you're only going halfway. This is why I say that there needs to be very specific categories for every single thing. For those who just really want to be the AI artists in audio, they don't want to go out and perform. They don't want to figure out that kind of stuff out. Get in there and be in there. And it's very, very similar. Yep. Every voice sounds the same. Agreed. Said me sounded great. Let me see. Fire emojis. He said, and he was not 1,000 Worlds was like, I want to say AI, but I'm not 100 regardless. But it sounds great. But you see, and like the reason why I didn't say anything is because I wanted to see if you guys would. Do you see that? You see how you can tell when something has those AI elements? Like it's hard to basically get around. It's hard to get around and on top of, but I will say that Rob is another person who we know is AI. He has always admitted that he was. And in fact, he was one of the first that actually at least told us he had a plan to replace the elements that we hear with a real artist. And his goal when he makes songs is to basically have things that his kids can listen to, that he made when maybe he's not there, or when he can't always be there. And I feel like that's a noble kind of cause, and again, it's something else that we respect. But then when you have the AI voice, like they're gonna think that's AI, they're gonna, okay, you wrote it, but if your voice isn't the one-to-one thing that we are hearing, I almost feel like that's a disservice a little bit. Like, I'm glad that I've for years been able to record myself, so that way, when my kids want to go back in, they can listen to me within my actual voice, how I rap, hear the words that I say, and can get in there in that. It's not a valid statement. Thank you. So now you can, let me see. So just send a skip. Let me see, ahead of my AI track, you know what I'm saying? And that's actual vocals and rapping. Not the same track, but me none the less. Okay, so we have one from you. Again, let us know. Let us know basically, like if we can't receive a visual, right? If we can't receive a visual of you creating the record, the only thing we can really get is what you tell us, right? So as many details about what the song is about, and how much you had to do with the creation itself. Those are the things that you know, just like all creators will resonate with, because they want to know, like, you know, yeah, what happens if we get you in a studio? What can you do? Are you able to play instruments? Can you sing? Can you rap? If we're just creating a song for somebody else, right, and we're in one of those sessions, what can you bring to the table without AI? I know, like, if I was hiring for a job at my studio, those are the things that I would think about. Like, I definitely would not hire someone who only utilizes AI, because that doesn't show that they have a skill. It shows that they're reliant upon that thing potentially, and being able to just experiment with beat making, recording your like, even if you were to make the reference record first and then turn that into the AI record, which is then the real reference record, or like whatever, we just still need to know that those things exist to see how far you get with the creativity. Because I've seen some dope ads where the producer got in, he made the beat, did some little part that he wanted for the chorus, turned that into, like, you know, an R&B kind of group on the chorus, more or less, and then the rest of it was like a beat. But he did most of the work. That's what made it a little bit more impressive. Yes, you're still gonna hear the AI voice, and that may take some people out, because again, they're always gonna feel like, well, that artist doesn't exist, so how am I supposed to feel? What am I supposed to picture? And then you try to give us an avatar with that, and then we get even more kind of like, but then this person doesn't exist, so you're almost teasing us in a way. And that, we can't go and shake that person's hand, right?
I know diamond are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
Sincerely said, it's not too hard. It's not too hard. So check this out, right? The two things that I would suggest, because he said he would love to make beats, but without a MIDI pad, you know what I'm saying? It looks alien to me and stuff. So look, I have a MIDI controller, right? Of course, still. This is the Oxygen 8. And I had a Triton LE, which was a even bigger keyboard with the sounds in it. It was the same kind of keyboard that Swiss Beats had used at one point. And those, that the Triton was obviously a bigger investment. At the time that came out, it was maybe like $1,200 or something like that. Obviously it's a little bit more pricey. This one I think was like 80 something or whatnot. You can often find MIDI controllers for you know, decently cheap online, depending on what you're getting. But that, and then the fact that there are many different programs, like, take some time, mess around with Logic Pro, Fruity Loops. There are certain things that you can do, I believe, on BandLab. Splice is a good resource for certain loops and sounds to start off with. Like literally you can get drum kits that, you know, all you got to do is drag and drop them and you sort of like place the sequence. But also there are tutorials quite literally for everything. So whatever you want to know how to do very easily, you can sort of make a playlist of the tutorial videos for those aspects, and just kind of practice on that. It's easier than you think, and there are sometimes a few different ways of coming at it, right? Because again, I have the MIDI controller. When I'm using that, I do something very different than when I'm just chopping a certain sample in a certain program, or going through and trying to, you know, sequence my own drums and where they go, the synths within those, and each program does it very differently. But do that, right? And even go to a Guitar Center, a Sam Ash, whatever your local kind of music shop is, and then just go hang out in that environment. I kid you not, it will inspire the best of us to want to save up for some of that equipment and learn how it works. And when you can master those things, literally it's just like a video game, man. You have more powers, you have more abilities, more things that you can bring to the table. And we just don't want to get too reliant upon AI to the point where anybody who's working with you, if suddenly you give them problems, they think, well, I don't need you. Like, why do I need you when I have AI? I can just use AI. You know what I'm saying? So it does help to make sure that you have real skills on the side, so that no one thinks of just replacing you with that thing. And at the end of the day, writers, producers, artists, musicians, all of them need real people to truly collab with, and to really make I think some good amount of money, especially in that upfront thing. You can try to wait for the amount of streams and plays on certain platforms, but it's definitely never going to be the fastest way for you to get income. Whereas, like, you know, if someone's to hire you as a session musician, if someone wants to buy a beat from you or have you come to the studio and make a beat for them, all of that can net you something upfront and then something on the back end in terms of like royalties. So there's so many different things that we can always talk about. But yeah, let me go ahead and get this one from Sincerely Said. See what you got. Said actual vocals, signature, and reading. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, maybe he had put the
Yeah, always gotta chase a bag, never will I chase a bitch. Gotta stack that money up, ain't got no time to play with them. And I got the haters mad, they can never make it hit. They just know I'm coming up, but they ain't wanna say this shit. Never gave a fuck, nigga, what you tryna say? I've been working hard, little bitch, I do this every day. Putting overtime like I ain't got no time to play. I've been on my grind, but now they riding on my wave. Hey, when it come to rapping, I'm a motherfucking heavyweight. I've been getting lifted like when nothing in the levitate, so they can never see me, bitch. I'm higher up than heaven gates. I promise that the chronic got me hella stressed, and I gotta medicate. Yeah, I'm faded every day. Then they got a problem with it, I'ma come instead of say, yeah, I got a lot to say, and I got a lot to bring. I pull up with the chopper, gotta do it for my mama's sake. I gotta go and get it every second, every minute. Never quit until I'm finished, so they know I'm about to kill it. Yeah, I ain't got no limits, I'm a motherfucking menace. I've been riding with them killers, and I'm down to give it to this work.
All right, so that, I think, if I'm not overstepping here, I think what you're doing is you sent the first version and then you also sent the AI version, so we can see that difference. The thing that I basically been telling a lot of AI creators that do for some time, you know, and we'll see what the other version is like. But first off, I'll say it's fairly decent with what we got from you so far. Obviously, it's not perfect yet, right? But I was imagining it with, you know, obviously a better mixing and recording, and a polish on the vocals, maybe a little bit more personality within there, right? Coming at the record with the memorization, right? Literally how you perform, how you did it now, more or less almost like you're reading it to a certain extent. Some people might even say, you know, freestyle, whatnot, but with more confidence, right? And that always comes with records where you actually know your lyrics front to back, where you almost have performed it over and over, and now if someone were to throw any beat on, you could do that verse like at the drop of a hat. When you know it like that, then you perform it, it's gonna sound a lot better, right? And there's part of me that does want to test something out. If you could send me like maybe an acapella of your vocals on something, right? Just assuming you have that. You know, I'll see what I can do and where everything sort of sits at right now. I'll often be able to tell like if it's the mic that you are currently recording on that sort of lacks some of the quality, or yeah, if you just need that more or less proper mix. I can show you what it might sound like, at least like 15 to 30 seconds of what it might sound like mixed properly. But it really is going to depend on the end result of the vocals that I get from you on that. I am curious on what your AI, potential AI, you know what I'm saying, one is. Let me go to that right quick. This one is better off AI or whatnot, right? Again, I have no idea if that was what he was really sending in, where it's like half and half. Let me see. Nope, this might be something different.
Maybe they're just better off without me. Maybe I'm just better off alone. Maybe I just shouldn't think about it. Maybe I'm just struggling to come to terms and cope with all this pain inside. Try my best to hide this shit, but I'm still wide awake at night.
Yeah, it was a different
Truth be told, it fucking hurts. I chose this road and paid the price. So now I'm just a broken soul that's shining with a faded light. Yeah, all I had was love to give, no hatred for my enemies. I've been trying to spread the peace, but ain't nobody feeling it. Sick of all this suffering, I'm searching for serenity. So I turn to chemicals with hopes that they could remedy. Cause I've been feeling dead inside, just stuck inside this head of mine. I should've known ahead of time, cause now my brain is hella fried. And I can never end my life, but there's been times I thought of it. And I know that this shit ain't right, but that's the pill I'm swallowing. And still I try to find the light, cause I've been through the darkest shit. Just hoping that I'll make it long enough to meet my daughter's kids. But maybe they're just better off without me. Maybe I'm just better off alone. Maybe I just shouldn't think about it. Maybe I just shouldn't write this song. Cause lately I've been feeling like I'm drowning. Daily I'm just trying to stay afloat, pulling down the ones I keep around me. And that's the shit that really hurts the most. Yeah. Broke as fucking suffering mentally. I've been through the most, from homelessness and trauma to the pain that I kept in my soul. I know one day I'll make it right. I swear at least that is my goal. Innocence was tainted, never said I've been a saint. Repented for my sins and every debt I plan to pay. Couldn't take it to the grave, I had to set the record straight. But maybe even monsters might be capable of change. Yeah, so maybe I can try to turn this all around. I got what it takes to take hold of my fate. Maybe I'm just finally making things right. Yeah, and whatever the odds, that's a chance that I'll take. Yeah, I felt a lot of pain and I got a lot to say. I got a lot of love to give, I bet I probably feel the same. I've been making hella changes, now I'm about to change the game. I'ma take it to the top, and yeah, this for my daughter's sake. But maybe they're just better off without me. Maybe I'm just better off alone. Maybe I shouldn't think about it. Maybe I just shouldn't write this song. Cause lately I've been feeling like I'm drowning. Daily I'm just trying to stay afloat, pulling down the ones I keep around me. And that's the shit that really hurts the most.
There's a lot of y'all freaking who don't know what to do. I know you feeling really small, but a lot of freaking people getting lost up in the mall. Freaking, I don't even know if I am listening to you all, but oh man, what do you guys think about that? That did not feel like it was gonna end right there. That it finished like you were gonna listen to you all. All right, so this was a good record, right? Let's give it all its accolades, you know, first. I think that it felt very much like, well, it reminded me of a Justin Bieber record. Justin Bieber, while over time maybe he not necessarily lost respect for certain people, but I think certain people would give him a lot of, you know, critique, but like Justin could sing. Like he was a young kid who had the ability to get in there like a straight up R&B artist, right? And the records that I would hear from like him and like Chris Brown, and you know, them being able to hold their own, you know, on the same tracks. Like he has a voice that can get in there. Now this does sound very similar to him. That is another one of those drawbacks with AI itself, because again, it's scanned the web for a lot of records that people kind of already know, and from artists and stuff. So when you type something out, if you're good enough, you could literally pull out that same feeling, that same voice, that some of the same elements. We almost feel like we're getting that within there or whatnot. But that's also why I'm always asking, like, okay, so how was this one created? How much work? It's always gonna be the question. Always be prepared for that when you come through and send an AI-centric record in. The work is what is important. And once again, let's say I'll actually do that. Let me write this down right quick. Let me write this down. Hold on. And then I'll talk about it. It was okay. Or checklist. All right, so what I want to start doing is coming up with a checklist of elements. And I don't know what I want to do yet, but I want to do something, you know, whether it's just simply congratulating the freaking artists, giving them a skip, like I'll figure out something, but I want to do something for the those who create with AI, but they do a lot more. So if you are only the idea, because everything starts with the idea, right? Ooh, I want to make a song about ice cream, or Godzilla vs. King Kong, or someone eating pizza out of the trash. It starts with any element like that, right? And that's one. The second one up from that is the actual lyrics, right? So if every word that we hear verbatim, nothing missing, nothing added extra, if it's all yours, that is another sort of point. If you come up with the melodies in addition to that, so this is a very melodic R&B centric kind of song, and so if you are having a part in that as well, that's another freaking point. If you have anything to do with the production those are other elements as well. Anything that basically you're able to talk about because you had a lot of detail and heart in. If you even get real elements on there, if you, instead of telling it to do a guitar solo or a piano element at some point, if you get a real pianist to come through and play that, right, that's even more points. But I feel like I want to really try to find those ways and encouraging you guys to get in there more and more as possible, because the more that you can do, we're impressed with. When if someone is not familiar with AI in general or Suno and how it works, they may not even know. They may not be able to tell that something is AI, so they're not as affected. But for those that can, they're the ones that automatically will just assume you've done very little. And so I want to inspire you guys to do more so that these conversations really happen more minimally. And if anything, we're congratulating you because it'll feel and sound like there was way more work done in there. There was somebody that said something a little bit earlier today that kind of made sense in the context of what it feels like when hold on. No, it wasn't the Fisher Price. It was something else. It's like, so when you like a basketball player, when you like a football player, you often like them because of their actual ability, their skill to run very fast, their skill to, keep the ball away from their opponents and make almost every shot, right? When you know that is a human being that can do it, that is why you're willing to pay sometimes upward of $100, $200, $500, $600 to get a ticket to get into those games and sit closer to the players and stuff like that. Like, you are only willing to do that stuff, or even paying for a concert, because of how talented the actual artist is. And when we hear those elements of AI, it's cheating. It'll feel like we don't know whether or not that person actually has the skills, right? So you're not gonna be entertained by a group of AI basketball players or football players. Like, that when the AI football players are hitting each other, there's no pain. They're robots, right? So it wouldn't resonate in that same way. But when you think about, and then, by the way, with that situation, it's like, you could look at it like, I'm just gonna stop right there. But you said one A&R said the quality of a star is believability and the desire to be them. And you said it's the reason we're fans of rappers, not just music, the story and ability to buy into them. Yeah. Like, you want to feel like this artist that we just heard went through heartache and pain, or fell in love with somebody, and then like they're writing an actual song about it. Yes, we do know that at times certain artists will have writers, but we even respect that more than if we're hearing a record that had any elements like with AI, because the actual artist still has to make the record you wrote believable, like they wrote it. And they'll still actually help push and promote you as you wrote the record. Artists, especially in the melodic genres, if you sing, they have no problem with letting people know who wrote the record and why they resonated with it. Rap, it's a different kind of situation. You want every single thing to be something you wrote. You don't want anything when it comes to rap to be fake. And when we find out that anything is fake, we almost ridicule you to the end of the earth. Like we'll never let you forget that you lied about this one specific thing, or you never, like, again, you may be an artist who talks about drugs a lot that you've never taken, and you always just, you lead people into an influence, of some sort. But again, you don't even believe that aspect. So there's this fine line of what type of record should I do, and especially if I'm collabing with someone, does it really resonate with me and my brand and what I would actually say? Artists aren't just gonna take any record. You could have this same exact record, same melodies, same vocals, and it be talking about something stupid. And not everyone is gonna take that and want to be, the vessel for that. So there is still that match that needs to happen. But as long as you guys understand, it's at the end of the day, like, we still just want things to be real. I don't want to see a day, like, I do want you guys to have a way to make money. I want you to be able to have a way to make money in music as well. And I feel like a lot of us can do it without utilizing AI. You just have to take that time. You have to be willing to spend a little bit of that time trying to do it. Obviously, with something like this, you may not have the voice to do it. And so I'll say you can utilize this for a reference record, but have that plan to get a real artist on it who can actually go out and perform it. Then you don't have to worry about whether or not the record's not gonna get out. Like, no, if it's a good record, it's gonna get out there, but it'll stop at a certain point, either once people realize it's AI or they realize that they can't get the rest of the artist experience with it. There's no meet and greet, there's no live performances, and I don't think people look at the creator of the AI records in the same way that they do the actual artist. So they're not gonna be fiending for your autograph because of a dope AI record that you made. Like, in most cases, you didn't produce the beat either. So there's, we can't even go, oh man, like Timberland, even though he uses, Suno these days, we always knew him to make his own beats. We knew Pharrell to make, his own beats. And shout out to Chad when they were, the Neptunes. Swiss Beats, Pharrell, I already said that. Kanye, which today he may have, writers every now and then with certain things. But all of them were producers who brought their ideas to the table, went above and beyond to help create a certain sound and write the songs. So you don't want to miss out on some of those sides. Like, if you only use AI, you're completely gonna miss out on the original production section of yourself that you may have. You just don't know it yet because you might have not gone in and tried to mess with certain programs. But I can assure you, work with Fruity Loops, with Logic, with any of those programs, and start messing around with stuff and slowly try to create things, from scratch. See how far you can go. And then at the very least, because what I thought you were actually doing was sending the first version of the record where it's just like you kind of rapping or singing to some beat, and maybe it's not the best, but then you put that into AI and then it turns it into something. Like, we still would rather have that. We still appreciate the before and after in terms of knowing how much you did versus it. And if we're literally hearing you sing the parts and then seeing what it becomes, then we get impressed with sort of like both ends, because we see that you're still doing some of that work, and then AI is just taking care of the rest. Now you can use that to train yourself to become that much better of a singer, but we don't want to give people a false advertisement. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's why I literally haven't messed around too much with AI, because I don't want to make a record in a genre that I'm not familiar with very little input other than turn this into a country song, turn this into a dubstep record. You know what I'm saying? And then suddenly, if someone comes to me asking me to help them make a dubstep record, like, where do you think my mind is gonna go right after that? It's gonna go, well, you can just use AI, essentially. Like, they should be thinking that same thing. At the end of the day, though, like, I think we want everything to be real. He said, in planning on a drug song that let me see, teaches harm reduction, so practices and educational lyrics design. That's a good way to come at it too. Educating the youth, right? See, and there's a story behind that. I like that. You said can't respect Drake. Indeed, authenticity is even if it's not great, it's respect. Yeah, exactly. Can we clap for that? What up, TikTok? How y'all doing? I mean, look, I've said that several times. Like, I would quite literally rather hear an artist who needs a ton of work and see that growth, rather than for you to try to perfect every single aspect with AI and then bringing in an entirely AI record to the show. Because the growth, the journey is what matters. It's not about trying to get a bunch of freaking songs done quick. Rushing yourself or your ideas is never impressive. It's the time. Literally, I mean, I can ask you yourselves, would you rather, let's say I gave you, no, you worked all week. You have $300. let's say you have $300, right? And there's two artists, painters, like they can draw. One of them can draw by hand and paint and sculpt, right? And then the other one is just an AI prompter, right? So the AI prompter basically comes up with something similar to what the painter, the one who can draw, who can actually go in and sculpt, and they can make their painting by hand look 3D straight from their mind. They're not watching or looking at anything else. It's just from their mind. They know how to draw whatever you to request. It can be, Goku doing something, and then you telling the person to prompt it to do the same thing. The prompter is gonna get it done for sure within potentially like less than a minute, while the other person, they may take an hour, 3 hours, maybe even 8 hours to do something that is fully detailed. And then when you go up close, it even looks like little mini pictures within what became the big pictures. It's just going to be something like that. 100%. If you were told that you had to spend that $300 on one of those two, who are you going to give it to? This will help any conversations that you have regarding AI. If it's the actual painter who took way more time to freaking do it, then you get what we're talking about. There's just more respect in knowing that someone has an actual talent that takes that time. You see the love, blood, sweat, and tears that they took to really bring something to life. Then that other person, it's just something in their head. If I say, write me a book about a cowboy in space or something, you know what I mean? And then it just writes the whole book. I can't claim that book. I can't say like I wrote the thing, even if the basis of the idea, cowboy in space, was mine. That's it. That's all I can take credit for. But if AI writes the rest, then you should always be required to give that percentage of whatever you would earn to the thing. And if that was how things worked, I think people would almost be pushed into trying to do things in a more profound way. Okay, we're gonna stop so we can get back in. Say what up, SJ. What's poppin'? You guys send it to my email if you already haven't. Said if you don't care about the reputation or respect aspect of it, that's cool too. But others will judge accordingly. Yep, as we do with rappers who might not write their own stuff. We don't do it. We do not look bad upon singers who have other writers. Always know that. When it's a rapper, for sure. But yeah, let me see. Share. James Beat 702, what up, dog? Long time no see. Long time no see. So you'll value one song that cost you thousands to create versus 20 songs for $10, man. That's perfect. What'd you say? And so because folks are gonna do shit anyway, you know, so at least they can have some guidance. Said to that, you said I gotta pay for a reaction to a song. That's only if you want to skip the line and you don't want to wait, essentially. If you don't want to wait, you can skip. We'll put you in right away. And you can do it either via Narrow or Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, all that good stuff. Alright, let me jump back in the lineup. Let me see what we got next. Mike Sense. Okay, let's see. Let me just click it down here. Once I was 7 years old. Alright, stop this. Hold on.
Used to say, high risk, high rewards, we don't play it safe. That's what I used to say. Nowadays I can't afford the risk, can't afford to miss. Times are torturous. High risk, high rewards, we don't play it safe. That's what I used to say. Nowadays I can't afford the risk, can't afford to miss. Times are torturous. I can't afford the risk, can't afford the risk. Way these fools moving by the hour, more rotten than reflusia flour. Don't see the hooting and hollering, mind boggling, ain't bothering me. Staying on my Q's and P's, never on the losing streak. Kids wanna sit at the table, need a booster seat. Even then they couldn't sit with me. Got this to a T, more connects than USBs. Seeing through the lunacy, no matter what you do, they gon' hate. Ducking the science like Von Drake. Staying on my job till dawn breaks. High risk, high rewards, we don't play it safe. That's what I used to say. Nowadays I can't afford the risk, can't afford to miss. Times are torturous. High risk, high rewards, we don't play it safe. That's what I used to say. Nowadays I can't afford the risk, can't afford to miss. Times are torturous. I can't afford the risk, can't afford the risk. Holding the crown is like holding the dark saber. It gets heavy for some, to me it's lightweight. More money on my plate, city under siege like Silvermane. Can't fuck with lanes moving under unfamiliar names. This the shit you can't afford, like a Rolls Royce boat tail. We heard the folk tale. Remember having friends I played Pokemon cards with. Growing up reloading clips, equipped with 4 fists. Doing 40 behind bars with mental scars. High risk, high rewards, we don't play it safe. That's what I used to say. Nowadays I can't afford the risk, can't afford to miss. Times are torturous. High risk, high rewards, we don't play it safe. That's what I used to say. Nowadays I can't afford the risk, can't afford to miss. Times are torturous. I can't afford the risk, can't afford the risk.
Can't afford the risk. A lot of thinking people wanna go to the bathroom, but they can't afford the piss. What do you think about that? Mike Sense, High Res, co-produced by James Spindley. See, that's another thing right there. That is another thing right there, right? Just to end all. I'll start off with a little bit of an ending to our last conversation. This is a real artist, right? Real producer. And I feel like one thing that some of the AI kind of creators haven't really talked about is, what do you put as produced by? Who do you put? Right? Because if it's Suno, literally you'd have to put that as well. Like when it comes to the liner notes, when it comes to the platforms where it matters that you do put that the artist, the song title, and the who produced it. If you always go to Suno for the production, that's literally gonna be something that you kind of always have to say, because again, you want to be upfront every single time. Do not deceive people. Make sure that you are always transparent, because if they find out, it's going to be 100 times worse. You will have whole videos where they're basically exposing it as opposed to supporting the music that you make. But it's something that you know, again, we always need to think about all the different angles and how people are going to come at stuff. Now for you, Mike Sins, on this, I thought you know, everything was decent between you and the overall production. Still very consistent with what I know you to do within the confines of many of your records. Might feel a little bit shorter. I think you could use one more verse in there before it ends off. That will sit us somewhere closer to that 3 minutes or so. And there are times where I do want to hear you with other features. I don't feel like we get enough. I don't feel like I really can't even remember too many features that you have had. You know, while I do still appreciate these solo records, I feel like the feature will always give you a reason to extend the song and the beat a little bit more. You're a great storyteller. And I think you also still have great beat selection, so keep doing your thing for sure. And hold on, always on the risk, man. I don't know if you just got here. 223,053,6 times.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland umbrella. Then a kid within the imaginary.
Right, let's see what we got next. I'm gonna pull from the narrow right quick. Lexi, or no, Lex Stay Paid. Let's go ahead and get this one in, and then we'll jump back in our email. If you sent, make sure that you get the confirmation email. If you don't, send again. It's ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. Once again, ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.
It's like you do this shit on purpose. Like why you do this, it's a lot on me. Half of this shit I don't deserve. You heard him?
Make sure
Baby, come to my side. We'll see the skylines. I could take you higher and higher like NASA. I don't think I wanna fuck with you. You don't know me. Been feeling lonely. These niggas tryna clone me, but I just get this paper. I get up out the way and stack it. This shit major. I remember the first girl broke my heart. Her name was Deja. I hope that she don't hear this shit and think I hate her. But baby, I just moved on, it's been see you later. Fast, 100 stacks, I've been smoking sticky bags. Baby girl in love with that, she like how I get the bag. I don't know what you been on, but girl, you moving funny, yeah. I think it's time I tell you that. Girl, this shit ain't working. It's like you do this shit on purpose. Like why you do this, it's a lot on me. Half of this shit I don't deserve it. Loud screaming out the window, niggas brawling. Heard that on the 4th floor of my mom's apartment. Loud screaming in the apartment, I'm just watching places flying, I can't stop it. 4 years old, can't grasp the topic. Asking God to stop the violence. I just think I need some time. Baby, can you ease up? You're supposed to ease my mind. So don't tell me you love me or don't. Cause bitch, you had left me alone. I don't even mean to call you a bitch, but my nigga, I'm really the zone. Like, I don't even mean to call them my niggas unless you a king on that throne. These folks be snaking the grass. I see them, they think that I don't. I fucked on that pussy one time, and now she keep ringing my phone. I used to pay to be rich, I got out all my money is long. Girl, this shit ain't working. It's like you do this shit on purpose. Like why you do this, it's a lot on me. Half of this shit I don't deserve it.
Yeah, we don't deserve it. I don't even really know what to do, but a lot of people don't even know what the hell about the say, but everybody. All right, what do you guys think about that?
Sincerely seen.
Got you coming up. Hold on, and then we'll spin the wheel as well. All right, so this one had a little bit of a vibe to it. I feel like you know, to an extent, it almost feels like a reference record, only because it doesn't have all the proper polish when it comes to the mix, right? There are some who probably would add a certain, you know, amount of auto-tune, maybe delay, reverb. You just want the vocals to sound crisp. Certain things need like a good echo on it or whatnot. Worth it. Right? And then I think even more confidence, potentially higher octaves within there. So think about, you know, the moments when you would, when and if you would sing certain parts with like a little bit more power, right? When you want people to feel what you are saying melodically, you have to present that kind of energy, right? Otherwise it feels like you're singing someone else's song that just doesn't have the vocals on it, right? And they just kind of muted the song and then kept your vocals. But I see what's up. And you said, and then true, this would be dope with a feature from an artist with a contrasting style. What are you thinking? What kind of artists are you thinking? Like male, female rapper, singer? You know, I always throw Ludacris into like most every pot
So Luda, you know what I mean, or whatnot. All right, give me a second, cause sincerely Sid, you done sent another skip, so that will allow us to activate the first tier giveaway wheel. We'll do it after we do the review, so give me a moment with that. 1,000 Worlds was freaking popping.
Wait, thank you. Oh, wait. Thank you.
Hold on. Where ye? Give me a second so I can look at. Hold on, if I go all the way back over here, am I able to? Nice. Okay, so hold on. I just want to make sure I have the right things. Sit tight. Sit tight. Don't let the dork bugs bite.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I love gold.
Shout out to TikTok. What's good, y'all?
Nigga gold what my thing used to be just because.
All right, so we got past that 25. We got past that 25. Why did it just now comes in that? Let me see. Let's see if we can play the record first. Oh wait, I was gonna write down
The names of those who had skipped the line. Because you guys are the ones who will spin the wheel. Let's see. Let's go get the name. As soon as it. Alright, hold on.
So we had Jakey G, Sincerely Sid.
Sincerely Sid.
Okay. Yeah, that should be all the ones for now. Let me see. Let me save that. And then I'll come right back to that in a moment. Nope. Go a little bit further in. Hold on, where was it at? No, go back.
What was the other one?
Hold on. Okay, so the first one you had, I'm just trying to make sure I got everything right? So the first one you had was We Got You. Second one was Chase a Bag, so Better Off is the other one.
Maybe there's better.
You said, hold on. Are you sure? Hold on. I mean, I think that's probably why I was confused. That's probably why I was confused. You need to send it. You send it to my email, right? Oh wait, did you send a 2 song back to back? Or, cause I didn't even see that. Let me see. I didn't even see that, but it should have let me know. Which I didn't even know. And so I just need to add that 5 more. But assuming you sent the right one with the initiates, is that the right one? Let me see. Let me know if we're in the right.
Come on now.
My shadow would see through the pores of my skin, running in circles with no way to vent. I was begging for help, into hell I descended. This man was a monster whose motive was sin. See, this couldn't be treated with no medicine. And
Not
the
this
treatment
one.
I need, I'm unable to get. So I lost everything and sunk in the abyss.
We didn't do this one.
After a while I had found a new girl and we built a family. She knew of my darkness and that it persisted. She saw that I was working to keep it all in. But as strong as I was, I still fought once again. I done been through this once, I done saw where it went. I noticed the cycle before it could click, and I promised my kids that I won't let it spin. That version of me, I murdered them all for the sake of my kid, not the sake of myself. Integrated the shadow, then laid them to rest. The cycle was broken, I'm making amends. I'm no longer a man who's at war with his demons. The danger is gone with no monsters defeated. The answer was love for my dogs, all my demons. I'm following God and they'll follow my lead, yeah. I'm starting to learn of the purpose for all of my gifts. From reversing generational curses and karmic imprints to the ancestor weight that we harbored unknowingly over the years it had grown to be dense. I'm releasing the burdens and cleansing the waters. I'm thankful to say that they're flowing again. Yeah, the truth is in the sky, so just look up, you're not alone. I know it's hard to keep your faith when you've been blinded by the storms, but every cloud shall come to pass, cause you're the space where they take form. Yeah, the sun will always shine, and where there's light there must be warmth, because the truth is in the sky, so just look up, you're not alone. I know it's hard to keep your faith when you've been blinded by the storms, but every cloud shall come to pass, cause you're the space where they take form. Yeah, the sun will always shine, and where there's light there must be warmth. Yeah, I'm finally seeing the path I must walk, and now I've accepted the calling. Traversing the depths of my darkness, so healing through light is the gift I now offer. Ensuring this vessel is thoroughly hollowed so that I may channel it proper. For every village there must be a shaman. Guess I'll be the resident doctor, yo. Got me seeking guidance from the gods again, trying to find a way to change the life I live. So you already know what time it is. I'm manifesting the divine within, the psycholuminescently shine again. And this is the light I must guide them with, now that I have remembered just why I'm here. And so basically this is the goal and the reason my path ever led down this road, providing the safety and structure that's needed for me and my family to grow. Now I'm taking the lead of my soul, melting it down and then converting to gold. And once I have obtained the philosopher's stone, I promise the world that I'm taking us home. The truth is in the sky, so just look up, you're not alone. I know it's hard to keep your faith when you've been blinded by the storms, but every cloud shall come to pass, cause you're the space where they take form. Yeah, the sun will always shine, and where there's light there must be warmth from the depths. With love and light, the medicine man, sincerely.
So many things you about to do, but you know what? I don't even know what I'm a freaking say, but it's so cold like a popsicle. All of the times when you wanna whip it, you don't even really know. Good job. You make it really hard to try to hate this. You make it really hard. But what I'll say is, this is a really good record. Feels like something that could be out there, right? And I think, whether AI or if you couple this with a real country artist to kind of like, it has that potential to go viral. Like the way that it has, the melodies that we would know from, again, and artists within the genre, whether they were R&B, or alternative, or country, singing is always at the heart of that, right? But that coupled with an essence of being able to rap the words, right, and then get in there and then make it a little bit fast. That's, I think, a winning equation right there, especially if the actual artist, which is why we're always going to want a real artist out of these things, especially if the actual artist can go in and play the acoustic guitar while then performing this song. It's like those are the things that, if you take advantage of, I think you'll definitely be on top or whatnot. But you just gotta make sure that you have a consistency there. Yeah, this one definitely has a lot of potential to make it out there or whatnot. Now, again, even in the context of AI records, I feel like it's definitely up there in some of the good competition that you'd have in that lane. It is often hard because we know that half of what the program does is help you to go in these areas. And so when I have these conversations, I always go into a moment of trying to figure out like how much the artist or creator, when they were trying to make it, how much of how the record turned out is on them, right? Because again, like, here's a good example. Because I rap, I write all my own shit, I perform all my own stuff, I also produce, right? So when I'm going in, I know exactly what my cadence is going to be as I'm writing it down. Like, I'll literally write certain things to help me remember exactly how I'm supposed to say something. And so if there's a certain section where I'm going to rap a little bit faster, I'll put a note there to make sure that I start on this line, go over here, this part's supposed to be fast, you know what I mean? And there's us when we are the ones basically doing all of that work, and then we have all the details. And then for you, I literally want to find that out of like how much is Suno basically doing those amazing moments, and where it's like, oh, let me go over here and then I'm gonna sing this way, and then I'm gonna bend and curve this vocal over here, or maybe we got a choir section in this corner, something like that. When those elements come in, how much is it you versus it? Again, it's always very important so that we know who to congratulate in terms of that. I forgot what else I was gonna say. But I think it was definitely a decent record. Probably the best one that we've had tonight so far, to be honest. So good job. Would you say, Dork, did you hear Spotify's implementation of AI so listeners can make covers? Yep. Why, you want to know how I feel about that? Well, so they're supposed to give us as the artists an option on whether or not we want to allow that. So That's one good aspect of it. And the other thing is, I'm trying to figure out, okay, so if we opt in for it, when someone does a remix of our record, what does that really mean? Right? Does that mean that they're just gonna change the production only, but it's still gonna be our main vocals? Or is it gonna basically come up with a whole new, like, it wouldn't make sense for it to be a new artist, you know what I'm saying, like a whole different voice and stuff like that. The only way it would make sense is if they still keep the main basis of what the artist did, and then the only thing that changes is the production. On top of that, when you do that, and if we were to opt in for it, are we paid depending on how many times that song gets played? Is it a whole different ISRC code, or is it attached to the original song? Does it add to the plays because of the amount of people that are making remixes to it? Like, if everyone who loves a certain art, like, you know, 1 million of people would do that with like Drake or whoever, right? So does that add to the artist's bottom line? Do you get any kind of back end on that? Does the person who kind of, you know, implements the remix? Those are things that I think we need to know before moving forward within that. But I think some of the things we've asked for from the jump are not only the transparency kind of situations with AI that is on the platform, but making sure that they found a way for artists to get paid. If there's any kind of derivative works, or something that feels similar to something else, or is directly attached to another artist's song, I think making sure that they are paid will go a long way to seeing whether or not they're gonna feel some type of way about it, right? I mean, the only downfall that I could see is, so let's say someone doesn't like the current version of your song, and so they change the beat essentially via that remix method. And if that version gets more popular than the standard song, are you now kind of obligated to perform that version too? And how would that work too? Like, how do you then get the instrumental to go out and like perform to that? I mean, these are things that we need to know. Either way, back to the song itself.
From reversing generational curses in karmic imprints to the ancestors.
But yeah, fairly decent. What do you guys freaking think about that? 1 to 10, you know, feedback is welcome. 316, what's freaking good? Yeah, cap. It's a valid concerns. So yeah, artists should reap some benefit financially. And yeah, I have no idea. There's so many questions regarding that. Usually you would need a license for a cover. Very weird. Yeah, but see, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, we'll have to figure it out and kind of see how things go when it flies. Okay, so hold on real quick. Let me spin this wheel and then we'll get back in the lineup or whatnot. Jackie G and Sincerely Sid, y'all get to, oh my gosh, that was way too fast. That was way too fast, bro. Well, this one's just Sincerely Sid is first. Hold on, let me see if I can get into that. Hold on, cause yeah, I knew that was gonna be there. Let's go here. All right, so Sincerely Sid, and then Jakey G. No, you know what? Just come in here. Okay, where are you? Okay, first Will, 25 one. The spin is for. So all these, I have another. Am I supposed to have another record from you, Sid, as well? So I think you had said 2. Oh yeah, you did have another one. So let me go take care of that after we do this. So sincerely Sid, you get a skip and clip. Skip and clip. I'll explain what that is in just a moment. A skip and clip is basically a recorded reaction and review that we basically, that's what's up. It's basically a recorded reaction and review that we will post on our mini platforms or whatnot, right? If you follow us and are subscribed to our channel, you often see every now and then we'll post the reaction and reviews from certain artists from the show. You can basically enact those yourselves by putting in skipping clips, or if you win them via that method. And then we got a 1 song skip. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me just recheck. And then that one's for Jakey G. So skip and clip. And then a 1 song skip. Skip and when and if you want to put in and activate those, you would just, what is it? When you want to put in and activate those, you would hashtag the type of skip that you won. So in this case, it would be a skip and clip. You put that in the subject line of the email, and that specific review will make sure to record and post to the mini platforms. Sincerely Sid with that one. And then Jakey G. Thank you for the likes over here on the TikTok. Thank you for the likes over here on the TikTok. Thank you for the likes over here on the TikTok. The thing that I like too is I actually get to know, hold on. Is it not gonna let me? Oh yeah, I guess I gotta log in on that. I shall wait. Alright, give me a second to put in. I don't know if this was supposed to be the second one. Yeah. Alright, then we should be back in the free line.
Found a girl and fell in love. Now I got 2 baby girls. And if it wasn't for them all, then I probably would still hate this world. Some days I think I've come to change, and other days just ain't the same. Shit, even though they numb the pain, my brain just still keeps
6
playing.
months? That's wild.
But now's the time to take a stand, embrace the change and make a plan. Cause now I have a second chance to right my wrongs and break this stance. But who would've known I would make it this far? Cause I've had my doubts, but I'll still play the cards that I was dealt, and now look where we are. See, I can never go back to a life in the dark, cause the life I was living, it came with a price. It damaged my heart, I'm now colder than ice. But daddy's still here and I'm holding you tight. I ain't going nowhere, girl, I got you for life. Melts in my heart every time that you smile. I cannot believe I didn't have me a child. She gave me a purpose so that I could thrive, and I'll give her my all till the day that I die. Yeah, that is a promise I put on my soul. You gave me a reason to never let go. I'll never give up and I'll never fold. Now me and your mama, we got you for sure.
So is this a song telling your story, or more or less a
And on December 26th,
song made up for the song.
25, when I had my third child and second daughter with my wife. Still she
What up,
came a
K-Will?
week too early, it was born a week too late. A week full of prodromal labor and contraction. Still they tried to make a wait. The week was the 37th. They said wait till 38. And even though your name was Lyra, we had chosen over rain. Kinda blows my mind to think of how this change it even came. See, more than just the stars aligned, the heart design was fate. Melts in my heart every time that you smile. I cannot believe I done had me a child. She gave me a purpose so that I could thrive. And I'll give her my all till the day that I die. Yeah, that is a promise I put on my soul. You gave me a reason to never let go. I'll never give up and I'll never fold. Now me and your mama, we got you for sure.
So, here's my question, right? It's about to end anyway. So, like the last word you say before it goes back into just like the acoustic aspects, right? How hard would it be to tell it, okay, at the end of this line, make the last word, you know, echo. You know what I'm saying? In my soul, my soul, soul. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. How hard would it be to add those elements, and you know, how do you put that in there, right? Obviously there are different aspects when you guys come at things, right? Because if you export the vocals and elements separately throughout the session and you take it into another place, you can easily go in and add those effects yourself within the confines. But I'm just wondering, is it something that you can also prompt within there, right? We still have the same feeling that we do mostly, you know what I'm saying, throughout every you know, AI record, and just like trying to figure out the new space and how are we supposed to perceive certain songs or whatnot, right? Because as I was listening, I was like, okay, I know that's not him as the artist, but the words feel like it might be his story. Again, unless you guys put out those videos showing how you're doing things or talking about the actual song, why you wrote it, what it has to do with, and stuff like that, we're just never going to know. And that mystery, I don't know, I don't think it's a good thing. I think it is something that within this climate, it helps you more. It's more of a benefit when we know at how close you are to the lyrics, because what really messed me up was this creator who basically had came and said they drop like almost 100 songs every week, and they have no connection to the songs. They go to ChatGPT to help them think of song ideas and stuff. And I tried to tell that person, like, it matters if the songs are something that is close and personal to you, because without that, you're basically proving our point of why certain aspects of AI shouldn't be allowed to be on certain platforms, or you should be able to make money off of stuff if you're not actually taking that personal stake in the songs that you make. So it does help when, okay, now when we're listening to something, we're hearing somebody else's story, but the voice is also not you too. So for some people, they'll feel like you're hiding behind the AI, and then again, there's only half of the work that you can do. You know, if we want to hear the song performed live, if you're not the artist, then that means we're always gonna see a cover of it from somebody else. If that's the way that the climate has to move, I guess, but I still want those that utilize AI to want to do the work. Some people are actually supposed to be artists themselves or producers or anything, but they won't know if the AI may kind of stunt that growth a little bit, right? If it stops you from getting in there and even just learning how to produce and come up with your own like full song structure and things like that. Again, don't rely too much on it. Use these as references to help fully go in and make something yours. In fact, if you can't even do a karaoke version of the song you create via AI, then something is wrong. So that's often what we want to see you guys do. We want to know that there's still those other opportunities for you to really see some kind of work. I do know a certain female artist who is real. She has real songs out there, and she started messing around with AI or whatnot, and it utilizes her cadence, just like how she would sort of come at something, and she still releases videos of her rapping the song so that we still get to see the actual work that she did, you know, put in. And again, like, that goes a long way in trying to see what it is. You said yeah. We've talked about that too, right? Most people that we've kind of come across, like, who at least when it comes to AI, like, I don't think I've come across any specific person who goes out searching for AI music in very specifics. And when we ask, like, so then who's listening to it? Like, who actually is listening to it? It's mostly like you, because everybody else who likes AI usually makes it themselves, but they only listen to their stuff. Their mindset is often like, well, like, why would I go listening to somebody else's thing when I know also how to use it, and I'm, you know what I'm saying? So there's a little bit of a backfire there. Every now and then you may catch a spurt of certain people who will come across and find your record. But even with me, when I like something, I haven't found very specifically an AI record that I've gone back to. Like, after hearing it once, I always feel like that's all I need to hear, because again, the aspect of the performance from the actual artist is missing. So that emotion, you know, is more or less fabricated by the AI artist that we're hearing. But we want to be able to congratulate you for the writing, the structure of the song, the voice, the everything that is in there, in order to fully, you know, to give out a trophy and an award in some case. I feel like it's why we're still very uncomfortable with someone who may use AI for beats, like entering a beat battle. Like, it's kind of cheating, because how do we know you just didn't prompt one thing and then the whole beat is there, and now all of a sudden you're just entering that beat in the beat battle? That has or requires no skill. In fact, if there was a beat battle like that, I feel like you'd have to put AI with AI with AI, human creators with human creation, and then let it be an equal field like that, because otherwise, I'll say, like, there's a device, I don't know if you guys have seen it. I don't know if it's from Japan or I know it's one of those countries, right? But they made a device that you put around your waist, and it'll kind of stimulate something in your legs to, like, make you walk or run, and you won't feel like the pain. You won't be like sweating like crazy because you're exuding too much. You know, like, if you literally were tired, you could use that thing and it would, like, literally still make you walk, and you're not gonna feel something, right? So it's a little bit like that person using that device to run a relay race or run track or something like that. It's kind of cheating, right? You still want to be able to fully see what a person within their own talent can come up with. I believe with what we have heard so far, again, you do have
the potential, but to see the recreations, I feel like you know, we get in there. Let me see what you said real quick, and then let me read out some on what the let me read out some off of one of the of our TikTok side real quick. Hold on, cause y'all saying a lot. See, I seen it. If you skip somewhere, shout out to DJ Polo. I'll check it out. This is my story. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know I jumped back into the. Hold on. We'll go to the TikTok in a moment. You say, yeah, I got no followers on Suno. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that almost doesn't make sense. Like, how is it so backwards where, I mean, I've said if producers, artists, and writers all stop collabing with each other and everyone just uses AI, and the listeners start creating their own AI music to listen to, how are we even gonna get paid? Like, who are the people who are gonna stop to take the time to be like, nah, let me just be a listener if everyone has access to being able to make the song? So there does have to be a certain extent of the talent. That's why, again, earlier I said we pay for the concerts. We pay to see certain people because of wanting to see that ability live, wanting to see Mariah Carey actually go. Can she do the high notes like for real? Can Twista actually rap fast? Does Busta Rhymes still have that same energy, right? We pay them the big bucks for being able to do that. Same thing with actors, knowing that they have to learn how to act and be very natural on camera. Otherwise, we're gonna see and feel that, and the movie is not gonna be believable, right? That skill still has to be maintained and respected, and just all of the fields, man. Think about all of the names you see at the end of any movie that you guys go to. It's almost like 10 minutes of names just scrolling up, and so many people that helped bring that movie to life. Yes, you can save a lot of money by utilizing AI and then kind of cutting out half of those freaking people, but at what cost? You kind of like topple an entire industry, and people who literally went to school to learn what they can do without utilizing AI. And again, we just want all of that to still be a respect. Okay, I'm gonna stop so I can stop saying that. You say battle of the prompts, right? Yeah, you say AI artist or never the goal was a tool to get my music out till I can get it done properly. And I've been rapping since middle school though. That's what's up. That's what's up. Same here. And let's see. He said, I'd stand no chance, LOL. The best production I get out of Suno is putting several song elements in and letting it generate a prompt for it. The future is getting spooky with all this technology. Wally imminent. Hey, some of these movies were honestly a look at the future. iRobot, freaking Terminator, like whatever, whichever way you want to go. Some of these movies are very much a look into what the future can be like or would be like if we get too far into a technological era without oversight. And sometimes we do have to think, should we have certain things, right? If we're going to AI for everything, you already know what's gonna happen. Eventually, either they will charge a hefty price to even use AI for you guys, or they'll just remove it entirely. Once everyone is reliant on it, if they remove it, everyone has to start over from scratch. Think about an entire generation if like they ended up, doing that, and then suddenly you have an entire generation of just talentless people who don't know how to make music themselves, and now
all they have to listen to is, you know, the past music or new AI records that the labels kind of decide to put out. Like a low, you know what I'm saying? No disclosure behind a drop, you know what I'm saying? Self disclosure. Okay, let me go over here real quick to the TikTok side. All right, who's gonna listen to it other than AI? Tired of the shortcut mess? Listen, man, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? Or crooks or firefighters or janitors. And the facts it ain't. What did you say? He said soulless. Send a new one. Working on for the last Arsenal, you know what I'm saying? LP Cypher, that's what's up. Okay, let me go down a little bit. You said, I wanted to become a full-time audio engineer for a reason. Then the AI could never replace the realness. Man, that's what's up. And then tell me another industry the average Joe can put in a prompt and then do. AI ain't pouring concrete, man. I mean, look, don't test them. Don't test them, man, because they'll always find a way. They'll always find a way. Okay, how can we not have to pay this human person to do this thing, save money, and then we just have this device going to deliver it? I think they've tested things out every once in a while, right? You have a rolling kind of thing that can deliver mail or packages. You have drones that deliver packages, and some people can, you know, control or whatnot. There's the assistants that you can have in your house that they had not too long ago that I believe are still out there. And at some point, it's always like, don't get us wrong, because we do love technology. Okay, we know that there's always an enhancement. There's a way to do something a little bit better, and to still uphold a certain integrity with it. For example, we had to sweep things in our houses before we had a vacuum, right? Then the vacuum came. Then that became the easier way and faster, more efficient way to clean your house. No one's gonna look at you any less for using the vacuum, but they would still they'd still respect you if you said, I swept this whole house, you know, and they get to see how clean it looks. If you do it just as clean as like we mentally will think of the work that you put in to doing it, knowing that the broom is a lot harder to do, especially if it's an entire house, right? So just look at it like that. If you do the work, we're always going to be even more impressed. If you take those shortcuts, we expect it. We already expect the certain things to sound a certain way without putting in a certain effort. Like the whole thing that the program does is that. But without that, who are you without the suit, Tony Stark? You know what I mean? It's the best thing that Cap said to Tony in the Avengers, and it was something that stuck with me ever since that moment of like, oh, he's right. Like, he has all these dope suits, but he has to show how smart he is without relying upon that technology. What happens when he doesn't have it? And so in Iron Man 3, you were kind of actually able to see a little bit more of that. And so he was trying to, you know, tinker with things. Eventually, he still figured out a way to get this suit back. But he was in situations where he no longer had the suit and still had to rely upon his own smarts. Sooner or later, the same thing will happen for a lot of AI creators. They're going to want to see, okay, well, what skill do you have? We need an actual guitar player for this. We need a piano player for this. You know, can you come to the studio? And like, if suddenly you then have to go, well, that wasn't an actual saxophone. It was I prompted it via AI. You know what I mean? They're going to just be less impressed with what you either can or can do. So they got all these carts in our mall here that are boxes that deliver food around the mall. That's actually pretty interesting. Still, they could have had you want the human touch. You want the human touch, man. So now all the same AI mimics being sentient. Slow brains exploit that. Indeed. Let me see. The delivery drones get stuck on uneven concrete. Stuck on uneven concrete, right? Said all AI flyers look the same. A lot of people say that. All AI songs got 8 different voices to choose from. Yeah. Listen, I've been talking that talk for a very long time. All right, back over here. Tech aligned with natural law will truly enhance quality of life as opposed to destroy quality of life. I mean, that depends. It depends on how they do it, right? I think we still need, right? We need things to be ethical. In every which way. The Ghost in the Shell, yeah, 100%. Now, okay, the last thing I'm gonna say, and then we'll move on, cause jeez, like we could have this conversation for hours. I want people to know that while at times the conversations may feel very like anti-AI, right? We all, I can almost bet everyone in the building still loves Jarvis and Vision and R2D2 and C3PO and you know, most of the decent robot-esque you know, characters in movies. Johnny Five, right? A Wally. Like, we still love these characters and how they're portrayed in the film. I think we still get a certain glow in our eye. We smile when we see someone that has an actual R2D2 that you know, follows them around and makes the sound and stuff like that. We still love that aspect. No one is saying that they don't want that portion of you know, of entertainment, right, to become a reality. I think why we feel a certain way about it in music is because music for a lot of us has been our way of making money, but with our talent, and seeing people enter that space that may not have the talent that the effect gives them, right? The program, whatever it might be, it feels like some aspect of cheating, and you still want there to be a real talent to even get in certain rooms. We don't want to disclude people who have ideas, people who only can write and they can't play an instrument, they can't sing, they can't rap. But we want you to come at things in the best ways possible.
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Oh my gosh. What was that? Bob's Discount. That just came out of nowhere and then it just like stopped, man. I'm not even gonna stop. He said, do not clog up the skill line with prompt. I mean, yeah, yep. Or you said Power Rangers too, right?
Ay, 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 ay. Power Rangers. Ay, 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 ay.
Hold on, let me bring this up. I do think though that other than making sure that all artists are paid equally in regards to stuff, they also need to have a way for if you didn't want to have AI content in your timeline on any platform, you should have the right to do that, right? In fact, we've said like you can be a part of the platforms even though there should really be like a radio station specifically for like AI content and records. There should be very specific platforms where people can go to consume that, because a lot of times we're just bombarded with it left and right, whether it's IG, whether it's TikTok, whether it's YouTube, Spotify. Like many of the platforms are just like being flooded with it, because many of you can create like 10 records in 5 minutes, and it takes nothing for you to do that. Then you suddenly like release it. And we said a little bit earlier, you need to take that time, release records like an actual human, because if we were to every single day release 3 or 4 freaking songs, like we definitely would dilute our audience. They would eventually get tired of all the posts that we keep pushing on them, hearing either the same records over and over again, or you know, like there are more artists than us out there. Like you all have a top 10 right now. I guarantee it. I guarantee you have a top 10. So when you think about that top 10, imagine you're one artist that would be on a playlist with a lot of those artists that they listen to. We can't assume that they're only going to listen to us. So you want to take your time to promote one thing at a time, and you know, piecemeal out certain things as you go, but never too much, and you'll be fine. Hold on, let me see what we got. DJ Polo, I got you with your skip, so let's go ahead and plop that in. Thank you for the juice. So with AI taking over the work for, I mean, look, I'm not gonna get back in, because we'll be here forever. We'll be here forever. But I do love having these conversations with y'all. Hold on. I mean, honestly, I would, at some point in this stream, if I feel like it, maybe I'll bring you guys on if y'all want to like talk about it. Y'all want to have a little bit of a audio or visual, you know, conversation, make it a little bit of a podcast, and then we can go at it from that. Because I know everyone has a different stance, different ideas. Maybe it'll help on all levels of just like getting people to, you know, respect certain aspects, and just getting artists to work harder. You know, that goes for us as artists and the creators who utilize a lot of AI within things, just to know where people stand with it and why they feel a certain way. No one just hates for no reason. It's just, and what you say, set up the Discord.
Black Panther, lap dancer, that man sure has cancer. Ask answers, get questions, big weapons, blast master, quick faster, mix master, zigzags in a big bag for the kickback. Let me hit that, sir. Switch back in a Christopher.
No doubt.
Listen, man, there is no way in hell that you're slower than I am. I will donate a snail. This is why we're here, man. You're going to jail. Peter Griffin hashtag. Where's Steve Carell?
All right, so this is produced by DJ Polo. So let me know if you dig this beat, want to hop on it. Yo, 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 yo. Ooh. This is another one I could get a Blue Jay on. Yeah. A lot of times you go to sleep and you lay up and people come straight to my show so I can play stuff. Freaking, you know that I don't know where the heck to play shit. People don't even know if I would ever win a race for the times when I had a car and I don't even know if I am like really a star. People know that I don't even know where the heck to go, but I know I can eat tacos like straight from Mexico. There's a lot of people who could like be in the whole rap in the theater, whole rap in the theater. Okay. dig it. There's a lot of time where you can send me a beat and I'd rip it. I don't even know what the heck I would do, but I'm freaking kind of short. Right now, I'm standing on 5 midgets. Y'all really don't believe me. And there's a lot of y'all who want to send AI and like, you really won't deceive me. I can always freaking hear it. There's a lot of freaking samples that you got and you can't even clear it. But I don't even know if I'd ever freaking look up at the clearance. People don't even know if like they can clear it. I like this though. Like that. Who do you hear on this, DJ Polo? Somewhere, someplace, I will. Somewhere in someplace. I said everything. Somewhere in someplace. You have some elements within there. Let's see where this goes. 1, 2, 3. Then it goes. Okay, so we can have the chorus still stay in here. Like all the little elements there. Got a little bit of a tag. Ooh, De La Soul. De La Soul. I don't know why I thought about dilated pupils for a second. No, De La Soul for sure. All right, so what I often know DJ Polo for in terms of production, he's always been good at making production that you can almost always get a dope like R&B artist on it. Like it's always something that can be sung to. You get a good vibe going with certain aspects, and you know they'll be on point. And so I was thinking of another artist that I had been trying to work with on a few things. Blue Jay, you know, she's sent to the show a few times before, and we have a record. As soon as she like re-records her parts or whatnot, she's definitely someone that I would almost think about for that for sure. What is her name? Nani Leila, I think would also be dope. Yaru, if we're talking about getting a feature from a male rapper, because he always goes in with vibes. I'm trying to see if I don't know if I have his specific cutaway and stuff, but those are some of the artists that I would put on. I'd have no problem with the production itself. You actually have a structure in there, which is what I really love. Certain people, they get in, they get out, they only give you a taste of what they can make, or they just assume people like shorter freaking beats. Like, no, provide us with at least 2 to 3 verse structure with a chorus in it. Like I could tell, like there's an intro, that then potentially I think led to hold on, where was that at? Let me just see if it led into the right. Okay, so intro leads into first verse, leads into the chorus, goes back into potentially second verse, chorus comes back, you have another verse that you can go in and do. And at the very end, right, you're allowed to have 2 8-bar sections for the whatever the chorus is, because it sort of allows you to do a little bit more within there, right? So again, chorus would be repeated twice, and then you could also add a little bit more, just as an artist, a little bit more melodies or whatever it is you're gonna do on the second half, to give some of that elevation. And I always like feeling like the producer is in the record as well. Like, I feel like we have to get out of the tight beat stages and the mindset of someone only getting our beat, right? Pretend that you are in the studio with the actual artist. And if you were, and could almost depict what they were going to say to certain parts, what would you elevate about those elements in the beat? Like, make those elements very apparent, if all you have is just yourself. But if possible, and this is why, like, I don't just like lease beats, I don't just put beats out there and then allow anybody to just grab them, because I want to work directly with the actual artist. So if they make a record with it, I'll tell them, send me the acapella, send me the vocals, so I can add a little bit more, finesse to the thing, because there's so much more inspiration that you can have, things that you might have not thought of, things the artist may inspire you to add to the record or whatnot. Now, if you are able to work with that artist, you're able to do those things in the studio, quite literally. Like, if you're in the same vicinity, if you're recording them, it's the best case scenario, because you can do any and everything. All of the ideas that you have are there at the drop of a hat. But trying to get good at doing that if you don't have access to any of that yet is a little bit of half the battle. Do I react to drill, hard rap? Yes. All genres are accepted. And said, yeah, that'd be litty, you know what I'm saying? Love you and Blue Jay on it, or whoever else you can. That would be an interesting one. Me, Blue Jay, Yaru, forgot who else I was thinking. Wish up. Also, there was another artist I remember that was sent from our TikTok side. I cannot remember her name. Let me see, a journey. And then, yep. What's up? Beat tight. Shout out to 316 up for Trey. Let me see. And then, yep, that'd be dope. Shout out to Adam Rooney was freaking popping. Ganjo was freaking popping. K Wheels, what's up? Hold up. Hop on over here. DJ Polo was freaking good. JoJo was freaking good. Let's see. 1,000 Worlds. Very great. You know what I'm saying? Good beat, man. Okay, cool. Hold on. I forgot to go back to our narrow side. No, I think we're good on that end. Okay. We should be able to hop back into the free line. Let's go. Alex Wake with No Concern. Let's go. This is epic as hell. There's somewhat feel like AI though. Sometimes I don't want to be sit right here every day and bus rhymes. I don't even know why the fuck I stutter. It's a lot of time when I want to be able to say I don't even know what the hell I'm about to and do, but you know what, man, you my mother, so get away. Or where are you at? Man, this is 8 beats, so I guess I'm a rap. I didn't think it was gonna be. Let me stop. This is almost a versus battle right now. You know what I'm saying? AI producer. I mean, this is what it would feel like, though. By the way, you know what I mean? If we had an AI producer versus a real producer gets in there with real sounds, they want to utilize this AI, right? How would it? Does it feel fair? Still sounds decent, but sometimes all I wanna do is chill. All I'm people really want to do don't really wanna dock the bill. All of y'all can sit right here and I don't really ever wanna hop but still. Alright, that's it. Alright, so you want my honest opinion. I feel like it reminds me of something we would see in a I was thinking like a Disney movie, something either between like a Pixar film, like if they were to bring back another Mulan, you know what I'm saying? We'd hear that within there. If they brought back Pocahontas, for Pete's sakes, you know what I mean? Which I don't think we've gotten the new wave of Disney live action kind of done with Pocahontas yet, right? Am I not mistaken there? Like we've got Beauty and the Beast, we got Dumbo, Pinocchio got the live action treatment. I think Jungle Book. What else am I missing? Cinderella or I know what did I not say? Point is, we've had quite a few, and I don't. Oh, Aladdin. What was another one? I don't see them stopping anytime soon. I feel like it's Lion King, man. Come on, we just missing everything, left and right. Point is, if they were to add something like that to that, it would be decent. But here's my thing. I do feel like we do have to get out of, like, mostly, because I'm not going to keep having this conversation, man. We do not like the sound of AI elements. If that makes sense to anybody in the building right now, okay? We do not like AI elements. If we hear a voice and we can tell the voice is AI, if we can tell the production is AI, that is what pulls us out of the full aspect of the record. We see the potential, what it could be, but in our mind, we think nobody is playing that drum right now. Nobody is on the flute. Nobody is on this and that. We still want to be impressed by those elements. We can hear what is here now, right? But so if we have to get impressed with how you prompted something, that's something different entirely. Me personally, I wouldn't even know where to start to say, you know, prompt something like that. My mind would just go, yeah, make me something that sounds like it would be in Mulan 2, you know, during a epic battle scene or something, you know what I mean? Like, and so there's a way of, if you describe something properly, right, which is the act of prompting, but knowing how to even do that for different sections and without it actually having a vocal there to be its guidance, there is some skill in that, but we can't call ourselves a composer yet until we learn that aspect of the thing that they were coming to. But I am curious, like, what I do want you to do is to see what happens. Like, really try to push something like that to Disney and see what they say. See if they even remotely say that they're kind of, you know, accepting some kind of submission at all from or with aspects of AI. And I know they would most likely want to re-record and bring the elements to life for real, because they have stuff like that at their own, like, parks. You know, when you go to certain sections, if they have a certain show, they literally will have this exact type of music, especially if you go to Disney World, where they have a lot of the more cultural lands and aspects and restaurants and things like that. They almost they've prided themselves on bringing a real, like, orchestra to pull those things together or whatnot. I'm just always thinking about how things would feel if just think about everything that you've kind of seen or even heard. If you're someone who's gone to Disneyland, right, from like the Haunted Mansion, right, everything that you hear on that ride was made at a time where they didn't just have a lot of digital elements to record stuff. Like, they actually did have to get live instruments to play certain things, and actually got what's his name to be the voice of, you know, the Haunted Mansion and the trying to find the way out, all that stuff, right? And if they were to use AI or have used it instead of actually getting a real person, how would people feel? I think some of the pull was actually having the real aspects of it, and how a real person's voice could project and sound and feel a certain way. I mean, that's always going to be something that I appreciate. What do you say? I'm still on the list, right? You should be. Let's see. But yeah, what do you guys think about that? Let me start that just in case. All right, we got Oregonomics coming up next. Thank you for the follow. By the way, I see that over there on the TikTok side. I see that over there on the TikTok side.
I see that over there on the TikTok side.
Number one. All right, what is this? Oregonomics. You sent Addicted.
Don't just take classes, take charge.
Also, that's the other thing with that. Like, with that last piece of production, like, what are the plans? Like, is it more of a movie score kind of situation? Is that what you're also looking at it as? Or are you more of looking for an artist to hop on that? Let me
me see. Let me bring this up. I also gotta close some of these windows. Close. Okay, addicted to emotions.
You're addicted to emotions, it's true. Doesn't leave a fella much to do. I could cry over you.
Did you add
stuff? But you're addicted to emotions, it's true.
But I feel like I haven't seen that.
You always try your best to justify why life is a mess. Blame others instead of seeing through. Addicted to emotions, it's true. No matter what cops tells you, you're addicted, it's true. Doesn't leave much room in your head or your bed, since you are addicted to emotions, it's true. You wonder why no one sees your way. Friends, family, or therapy. No one sees you the way you do. 'Cause you're addicted to emotions, it's true. You're addicted to emotions, it's true. Doesn't leave a fella much to do. I could cry over you. 'Cause you're addicted to emotions, it's true.
Yeah, hold on, let me hit this button right here that makes us go up. You're addicted to emotion. It's true. All right, man. Big freaking salute, man. Oregonomics, you have always been very consistent, man. I remember when, you know, he was individually sending each of the songs just as a record, right? Eventually we got around to doing a full like album review, and he had a lot of songs that were very consistent. When you hear him, like, he's able to get in there with a little bit of an older feel and sound. It will often feel and sound like records that are from the past, like from a Beatles or Elvis or something like that, that we just didn't get to here and should have been out there. For me, I'm very nostalgic, and so I think I'm always going to appreciate artists who can get in there with an earlier feel and sound, because in my mind it feels like something that's a lot harder to do. So when you are able to execute it, and you know when you have like the right voice for it, you're picking the right production. I think the whole album has something for everybody. It's a good vibe. There's some definitely to talk about there when it comes to what you do. I think the only thing that I've talked about with this record is just wanting it to be a little bit longer. It's 2 minutes and 8 seconds, and video is very unique. With the string puppet people, like what looks like the live. Like, I can't even tell like if everything was small or was it life size. You know what I mean? Like, it was filmed in such a way where, you know, it could be either. But I also feel like there will be
some kid out there who is more freaked out by the video, and it'll give them nightmares.
Mom, the puppy person is coming.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland umbrella. Then a kid within a magic.
Boy, good.
All right, back in the cusp, man. Next up in line, we got Anonymous, the rapper. Said, don't get mad because it's short. It's a 60-second. See, everybody know me, man. Said it's a 60-second verse contest. All right. At least you prepared me. At least you prepared me. Blood, sweat, and bars. Round 2. See, I would have already started rapping right there. You tell me I got 60 seconds. This is more than 60 seconds, by the way.
I get the beat, then I attack. I bring the heat, y'all just whack. I am the one with the words like a gun, my vernacular cracking your lyrical back. I am Napoleon, I am draconian, I am the killer, the slaying, the holy man. I am the bringer of sight to the eyes of the blind. You'll find we're truly dystopian. Praying and hoping is useful as groping the tits on a mannequin. Truly I'm manic, I'm thinking I'm Anakin. At the cabana, I got 'em all panicking. Ride the beat and I tear it up. With your girl, straight bustin' nuts. See me on the street, we can say what's up. I might dap you up, but I'm cold as fuck. That Ben and Jerry's, that Ice Cube. I was popping cherries back in high school. Shit getting hairy, then me and Larry make more money, looking nice too. With my 2 stooges bumping Ice Cube. Bad attitude, not a nice dude. Y'all act scary, that make me wary. Saying fuck the cash, I'm a dash dude. Backwater paper and an ounce too. I'ma take a bump, y'all need it too. If y'all straight, then it's.
This is what would have been 60 seconds right here, right? You would have. Yeah, I wonder if they had cut it off right there, but that's what right there.
All great, I'm a flash of deuce and I got a scoop. So that's that, rapping round 2. Blood, sweat, and bars doing what it do. Y'all act cuddly, y'all act cute. I am not your buddy, I'm down to shoot. I'm at your front gate, get your soul straight. There is no debate, I'ma wax you, yeah.
Sometimes when I really I don't even really know what the hell I'm gonna do, but you know what, I'm about to go, man. Everybody don't even know what the hell happened to us, you know. What did you think about that, ladies and gentlemen? Give me your thoughts. 60-second verse contest, where you putting it? Are you voting it through? Are you voting it through, man? We might have to do some like that or whatnot. However, like, I'm someone who I prefer more time than less, right? Hence why he, you know, said don't get mad in the first place or whatnot. But I look at this as, if we have a job, as, you know, we're someone who gets paid to be an artist, right? Your job is to see how far you can get through a record without people getting bored of what you're doing. Hold on. But yeah, so the challenge of, and again, I already know that it was what it was, so but I'm letting people know why I feel a certain way about time. Certain people, like, look, the people who want to get the hell out of whatever record that you are doing, you know, a lot quicker, are people who don't like your song in the first place, and they only won't like it if you give a bad performance, if your bars aren't good enough, if how you're rapping to the record, if potentially the mix, if certain things are a little bit off, that score, the time, the amount of time people are willing to spend with you on the record sort of like lowers. You almost become something that is more background music if you're not doing the job. But I think that outside of the mix, like, you did a decent job performance wise, just how you're rapping. Like, I know I could probably clean things up, you know, a lot better, you know, bring it to a more professional light. It sounded like you might have just recorded it straight into your phone or something. It doesn't have the polished mix yet. So if the contest hasn't happened, let me know if you need help in going in and at least mixing what you have properly, so that it sounds a little bit better. I just need your dry vocals and the overall beat. If you have the stems, even better or whatnot. But whatever the case, I know that it can be better. And also, it was more than 60 seconds, right? So I'm sure, like, I don't know how they would have treated it. I would have started, because often when I do the 1 minute mode, like, quite literally, we do have that. And when that 1 minute from the very start of the song then goes to that 60 seconds, you know, we cut it, and so we wouldn't have gotten your whole verse in there. But if you started it a lot sooner, then I think you would have still had a good amount of time. And again, it would have shown just a little bit more of what you could do on the song. 1 minute and 25 seconds. If anybody was wondering what the full time aspect was, but again,
nice too. High school, not a paper. Two, y'all straight, then it's all great. I'm off the bump. Y'all needed two. If y'all straight, then it's all great. I'm a
right. It would have ended right there. Let's see what we got. Said real person. You know, strong arms, man. Yeah. Thank you for your patience, by the way. Trying to go as fast as I can. Hold on, what do you got? Up talk. Let's see. Up top.
Pulled me off the shelf. Been on geek to get my dust off. 11 on the belt and my jeans. That up top. Hallway to the steps. Been the trap, leave you cut off. The infrastructure weak. I need my team tucking mosses. Shooting for the top. I seen where the boss sit. Eat that overhead. Rebuild structure from the losses. It's all sick. Stand my prayers on the off shift. Get quiet. You gon' clear tape. I take precautions. Them gals super thick. Make one hit the number often. Kiss her, share some secrets. Keep her always on floss shit. Points upon her finger. Private jeweler, not that mall lick. It's eat up everything for me. A boss, no money gone shit. Ay, brain stay on minutes. Ops, make them change. I do amendments, bitch. My penmanship a higher caliber. Yeah, I draw ink from the venomous snakes. Caught up in challenges. Rise, higher phoenix. Omnipotent genius. Spitting to get my pockets like Panini between them. Big knots. The hit split rock and chisel. How I'm the illest individual and conscious. Cultivated crown, stroll with them lead rounds. Ahead of curve, your thirst get aired out. Sleeping in silk, so I dream big. Plus yachts off the coast, I be boasting the king's lit. Revert to primitive. I load 6 in his whip, leak his brain and keep the shares. I collect extra. Sentimental over instrumentals. Existential bonds that keep your squad on the bench full. Come alive, Ryan parts my spine enlarged to carry weight through bigger places without trying that hard. It's the supercalifragile, not in them. Shattered contenders, foundations being laid. I make you stay a part of building.
Nice. Hold on. Straight hip hop. First and foremost, man, you know what I'm saying, got in there and did his thing. I get your old that booty cheek over the sofa. All right, let me go over here. I think bars writing is on point. That reminded me of things we'd hear even more in you know, that 90s kind of era of hip-hop. Again, I'm very nostalgic, so I'm always gonna feel like there's a place at home for records like this, you know, and in that sort of like DJ mode where you're throwing in records from the era within
this aspect. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I think it was proper and not right. I did want to see a little bit of a better mix, and I was assuming like he kind of sounded like Raw Thesis. Was that Raw Thesis? Was that Raw? Was that Raw? You're like, what are you talking about? Nah, but big salute to that. We say back in your day. What up, Francisco? He said also, bro, when you do the vote, try to keep it together, because I can't see the rest. Let me see. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean? Just try to keep it together because I can't see the rest. What? Let me see. Are you talking about for what we were talking about earlier? Alright, let me see. Joe, hold on, let me plot this over here. Alright, I gotta wait for this ad.
Gotta wait for the ad, apparently.
Alright, On One featuring SJ JoJo. I'm gonna turn off my background music.
Big song up in this bitch, nigga. Step with us or get stepped on. Yeah. I came a long way from that recliner. Had to go to school with no binder. Lost my mama, trying to find her. In my dreams, telling me I'm a fighter. Shit, I'm on one. These pussy niggas ain't on none. Popping the block with a big gun. At that park, nigga, we made them all run. Shit, I'm on one. Sparks bright, look like the damn sun. He up and froze when we up that pole. I knew that little nigga was all stunned. I told you niggas I'm on one. We was masked up, ain't nothing to see. We made it hot when it was 20 degrees. Trying to catch him lacking and leave him deceased. I was raised in the hood, I was born in this shit. I'm on one, or maybe two. When I was 16, I was serving blues. So around that time, we made the news, but no one knows. They ain't have a clue. I'm on one, and you niggas ain't. I'm on some. Like what the fuck I take? High as fuck, like a fucking plane. I'm Spider-Man in my Mary Jane. We wrapped them up, no candy cane. His mom mad, it's a damn shame. Free the ops out the damn chains, cause I'm trying to see their fucking brain. Shit, I'm on one. You pussy niggas ain't on none. Popping the block with a big gun. At that park, nigga, we made them all run. Shit, I'm on one. Sparks bright, look like damn sun. He up and froze when we up that pole. I knew that nigga was all stunned. I told you niggas I'm on one.
Auto block of switches, I ain't missing out who killed that man. I had 10 years on the back when I hopped out and hit his bitch. And I ain't know that it was hoes until I see them bitches wigs. But by that time I done realized I sent like 30 down, she hit. I thought that boy was in the car, I guess he ducked off from the whip. But it's no more of that, no kids and no more hoes, I'm back with 10s. I got me 4 bodies at 6 or 10s, they know I'm killing shit. And I do it for some money and I do it for my friends who really brothers to the end. And this is shout out to Lil Smokey, kept it real when we went spinning. We used to arguing about who hit him. I say I know I hit one, I hop back out, they always shit it all. 4 doors popped open, I ain't miss. I see when he was limping. While the Draco was still spitting, I thought bro would double back, but he drove off, I'm kinda pissed. Said I ain't hop out and just kill him. I told bro we took a soul when we drove off, I knew we hit him. They had called us quick, we got back quick with one more hit, we spinning. And I'm hitting, I ain't missing. And I'm knowing I'ma get back for the dawn, that's on my children.
What? Where did you go? Don't even know what the freak can do. I'm gonna just tell you aloha. What do you guys think about that one? To Tin Ini and all feedback. It's welcome. Alright, so I think these days we have a few different subgenres out there where you kind of know the genre, the sound that people are getting into, right? While often we may feel like I think what happened is either
the splitting of just these subgenres themselves, like, allowed people to go into those lanes very much with full inspiration of like certain artists, or just again, like if you hear certain people rapping to, whether it's like a drill beat, if it's a reggaeton record, Afrobeat, you almost know what you're going to hear when you go in. It's almost like a part of, okay, you're gonna get in there, you got to kind of put on the glove, or not necessarily the costume, but for certain people, I think that they often feel like that. So this is in a kind of familiar lane that we would hear. Production and the melodies, just the tone, it's something that we have heard before, but fairly decent, right? Within the lane that you are in, there will always be people who will want you to do a little bit more, right? When it comes to being more aggressive on a record, if you have more energy and bring it out like you got the, again, I don't really like using the word swag, but rapping in that way will always bring a lot more, respect to what you're doing on the record, because again, they want to feel like you're out there performing the song. The opposite way is, really I usually just call it like ski mask style or energy or whatnot, because you're going at it in the amount of energy where you want to break in someone's house without waking them up. You still want them to have a peaceful rest and such, as you remove their TV from the so yeah, you got in there. I think there was a good enough time too. Hold up, let me see what it was though. 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Fatima, right? So if you were going to switch it up again, that would relegate you being able to add more time, right? So going in there, in even more, if you start off in a very kind of, I'm just laying down rapping, and then through half of the verse, you get up, and then you're sitting up rapping, and then through 75% of the verse, you're standing up a little bit. Through the end part of the verse, you're running while you're saying it. Basically, if we're thinking about a music video and how hype that you can get the crowd, as I said, how you come at your record at times, unless you have like really die-hard fans that still, with very chill energy, they hold on to every word and get in there in that way. When you are performing live, people can sit down and just chill if you are in a very little energy. If you want them to stand up, if you want them to move around, to get hyped, to start jumping around with you, you have to bring that level of energy artist-wise, and the beat can't do it alone. You can also turn any of these records into a heavy metal, a rock version, a punk rock, bring it to other genres yourself, potentially, like without the aspect of AI. Let me see who put in that Galaxy Dime. What up? Did you send to thy email? Yes, you did. Okay, so we'll get you in right now. Last thing I want to say though is, no matter what genre that you guys are in, always think about what a Tiny Desk performance would be like with either of those songs. Any one of the songs that you make could become that hit that you don't expect, and you're kind of stuck performing that everywhere. If it happens to be your biggest hit, you always want to know, okay, what can we do to bring a certain level of dopeness to this? It doesn't matter who you freaking are. Like, we love Tiny Desk this much where it can make any one of your records sound that much better. Even if we didn't really like a certain record, I'm saying, if you're able to perform it live with a real band and have real instruments in there, like, we're bound to get impressed. I know this because I never listened to Trippie Redd. Yeah, I mean, like, his music never interested me. Tiny Desk, you know, popped up, and I said, let me see what's up. And every record was better live in that setting versus the actual songs that he might have had even a video to and stuff. So it goes a long way. Juvenile went, had trumpets, you know, actual background singers. Like, it's about bringing the records to life with, you know, the real production, real instruments, and knowing that without them you're not even gonna hear the song. Like, that's the best performance. So with something like that right there, no, where did it go? I forgot where it was. With something like the one that we had just heard, with its simplicity of even just a piano, you know, like, people wouldn't expect an artist, especially in that lane, to want to go and do that, but do it. Try to record a, you know, a visual of it as well. Watch what happens. You know, I feel like you guys will all get the respect you're doing though. So let me see what is up. We have a skip from Ty. Let me see, where is this button?
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie,
thank you for the line.
I'm playing old school games.
Did you get juice pop? What do you send on?
I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
We got to skip from time. We got to plop in, and then I'll go back in our line and chill it. Usually you should get a confirmation email back if you send to the right place. It's ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Okay, I see. Don't worry,
let's go.
Really think I'm the one to fuck with, huh? Yeah, alright. Yeah. I hop right on this mic and I fuck your life up. Cause it's me that everyone that you fuck with will hype up. Like what? Think you can talk that shit all your life, bruh? And I think I'ma check you like some brand new fucking Nikes, bruh. Check again, got another check again. Spitting on these beats just to feel better, it's my medicine. One thing that I hate is when a nigga try to settle in. Pretend they was my homie, should've never even let him in. I took a chance on trust. It was the longest lesson of my life. How'd I think that letting people walk on me would be alright? Snakes in the grass, gotta slay them every time I write. Spent years in the darkness, nigga, give a fuck about the light. I'm nice with it. Wheelies on the motherfucking bike with it. Hearing so much hee-hee, you would think that fucking Mike did it. I did it. Tried to hand me shoes, thought that I'd fit it. But I stay 10 toes on my soul. See how I'm living. This feeling is old, but I know how it goes. So I'm keeping it bold, hitting it cold. Niggas gon' know, though. I see everything, keep everything. I hear what you saying. Light on my face, they try to escape. I'm ready to get the spraying. Digging graves for niggas and bitches giving me goosebumps. Cause there was a time where all my guys would chill and kick the shoes up on my couch. Relaxing and serving meals, talking games that's coming out. But there was niggas in the picture ain't care what we talking about. But they observe every word that's coming right out my mouth and take it home where he belonged. It took shit up about my house. So I move on, time is gone and I'm kicking these niggas out. Watch who you have around, your lowest times they gonna laugh about. I want all the smoke right up in their face and they all choke. My anger in these words as I put them in my notes. Fuck the fame, want you to understand what I spoke. My bottled up emotions gonna make sure I'm not broke. Feel me?
So I'm moving away where I
Give it the whole time.
And I plan my escape cause I just wanna be free. Now I'm back in the cave on the way to get back on my feet.
Welcome.
And I'm done with the fake, wanna see how great I can be.
Foul shot, all contact gives me a free one. Hop up off my dick, all you bitches, I bet they need some. Even my new shorty on go, itching to bleed one. Can't fit with an unstoppable force, you know we beating drums. Yeah, a different chapter that I'm dealing with. Blinded by the false freedoms and friendships that end shit. Best believe they end quick, see how niggas moving. Stay up on the winning side, I swear I'm never losing. Bitches used to think that I was weird, now they all choosing. Windows down, the sunroof open, y'all see me cruising. I'm bothered by my passing peers, nigga, who y'all fooling? Thought y'all had me beat, but it's me that's still schooling you niggas.
So I'm moving away where I can feel safe for me.
And I plan my escape cause I just wanna be free. Now I'm back in the cave, on a way to get back on my feet. And I'm done with the fake, wanna see how great I can be.
Man. We finally get to say the phrase producer's best friend, right? Often on the show, we will have many different conversations, right? Some of the phrases, or like one that we'll use from time to time when an artist like really gets in there and does the actual job, is producer's best friend, right? It's for those of us who like, I'm an artist but I also produce, but for those of us who produce, we don't often just want anybody to hop on our beats. We want someone who's going to attack it in a way where we're honored that they got on it and felt it in that way, because the better the record, the further it has a chance of getting out there, the more people want to share it, and vice versa. You know, we're always looking for that right combination, and especially if we are an artist and also that producer who, like, every beat that we make, especially if it's dope, we want to take it for ourselves, right? You guys know that feeling of just like, nope, and because sometimes you take that sacrifice and you'll go, you know what, let me put it out and see what someone does with it. Maybe, you know, someone gets to it, and again, they don't really impress you. You know that you can do such a better job. So it matters when you are able to make a record that impresses them enough to feel comfortable with, like, you know what, I can help promote that record with them, and going out there. So overall, I liked what you did. I didn't produce the record. I'm just saying, I like to almost picture, if I did, how would I feel, right? And would it be something I'm willing to, I produced that, you know, all that. I appreciated what you did in between, you know, each verse as well, or the chorus that was there. I felt like it added to the overall vibe. You didn't necessarily say if that was a feature or not, but it sounded like a very different, you know, voice, I'm assuming. But it belongs on the record. Like, that's what matters, right? Often just know that, like, people are often gonna want to, if the record became a hit, to know who every aspect of the record is, right? Who produced it, any features that are there, even if it's just like a female voice background vocal. Like, we still appreciate the artistry of each person involved. If there's a section where there's just a violin that starts playing, right, and that person that plays that violin, like, all of them belong, you know, somewhere in that process and that name, because they are, you know, all equally as important to the record. Let me see what else I gotta say about that. You killed it, pretty much. Whole record, verse all the way through, didn't let up. There was nothing that I would change about what you said or how you said it. And to come back after the chorus, we gotta give you... Please know, to come back after the chorus in an era where I just, too many times you guys try to cut corners and you do like one verse, a chorus, you're out. Me, I'm an artist that really likes the production that I hop on, to the point where I don't want to, like, I still have more ideas. Why would I on earth, like, not give people a little bit more, right? And at the very least, if you guys ever make something that is short, you know, literally just ask people like how they feel. Is it something that they would want longer, or is it perfect, you know, time wise? And see from there. Me, I'm always someone who's gonna want it to be longer if ever possible, so we can get as much of an idea as possible. Then there's features, there's so many different elements. Hopefully you'd make a video for this. Ball is in your court. Where the hell is the anyways, big salute. Let me see. Say I got many things. Yep, no doubt. Good job, sir. I need that. Forgot what I was gonna say, man. I need the cutaway. I need to make it. And what'd you say? You said got any skips on the house? You said I got any skips on the house? Yes, you have one skip on the house. And then what up? Let me see what I have. Shit to myself, so I'm so excited for you to hear it. Senor. Right, yeah, make a video of that. That's it. That is all. The 16 said fire emoji. That's not what you said. We're gonna go back in the free line right now. Let's see, Fortray Blessed said all such songs are related compositions with the email hereby, you know, send all about the Fortray. Okay. I had to read the little disclaimer.
One thing about this getting older thing in life, don't nobody talk about. If you blessed to stay around, see your kids growing up, gonna reach out on your own personal C-Day. Reaching out for the homies. Ain't nothing but pictures on the program. Graffiti on the wall, pictures on the t-shirt. Everybody that made you who you was and who you is today, I miss them. Really miss my brothers, man. It's lonely. Too many funerals, too many balloon releases. Homies gone too soon, I'm left picking up the pieces. My C-Day, I'm celebrating by my solo. Staring at old pictures, gang signs and all the photos. Staring at the faces I could never forget. Started off from knee-high, but repping hard for the set. Both hella starchy archy, creases in them khakis. Nike Cortez shoes on, fat laces matching with the flag hanging out the back pocket. 9 mil calico, clip looking like a rocket. Shaking up them dice, rolling 7 out the gate. Second shot, we can bet the dub on the 6 or 8. Reminiscing like it's yesterday. Really miss my niggas, promise I'm holding on, and I'm trying to find a better way. Reminiscing like it's yesterday. Really miss my niggas, promise I'm holding on, and I'm trying to find a better way. How am I even still here? From the pain in the game, maintaining through all these years. I've been blessed. How am I even still here? From the pain in the game, maintaining through all these years. I've been blessed. They just don't make solid niggas like they used to. Breaking all the rules of the game, man, fuck this new school. Came up from the sandbox all the way to the main line. Loyal to the soil, came up at the same time with a couple baby mamas in common. Now that's some good shit. Never complicated for the kids' sake, now that's some good shit. Gotta teach them right and try to show them where we went wrong. Reason we was all up in the pen, throwing up them weights strong. Help them escape the cycle, most don't know that they stuck in. Trade away your freedom for candy paint on your truck with rims. I fell forward, gave ass 11 years, 4,022 days, my nigga, with no tears. Watching your kids grow up through pictures, tearing a nigga's soul up on the inside when the time finally hit you, huh? Watching your kids grow up through pictures, tearing a nigga's soul up on the inside when the time finally hit you, huh? How am I even still here? From the pain in the game, maintaining through all these lyrics. I've been blessed.
I found it. Big salute. How do I know where the heck I'm gonna go on the people's times? All right, so big freaking salute right there. Hold on, let me put this in. I felt like it was a real record, right? When we get into records like this, it's a little bit like of what I call like a life music record. It's songs that talk about, you know, the struggle, but the passion to continue going and make it, even when you potentially, you know, lose people, you know, around you and or again, you know, just the blessing to stick around and get through things, right? There's always going to be someone who needs to know that other people are going through things, right? And so when you make those songs, when you are even inspired enough to get in there and make that kind of record, you have no idea the amount of people that you can touch and help with that. Like, music is a lot of our therapy, whether you are someone who makes it or someone who consumes it. And you know, sometimes a certain song just heard by the right artist will either mend a certain relationship, just give that person, you know, one more reason to keep going, and vice versa. So I like that. I do feel like in addition to what you are doing, right, like it feels like you are what would be the background vocals on the chorus, and having a like potentially, you know, female or male artist to get in there and sing on top of the record, I think would add a little bit more flavor and feeling. We still get what the artist does when they get in there, and like you said, you don't really know how to sing or whatnot, but we get the point. We still see the potential with what it is. It's a real record, and I just also know with a certain vocal, you could really make that pop a little bit more or whatnot. Then you get a dope contrast between you on the verses and then leading into that. Then of course, as we talked about a little bit earlier, think about how your record would be if it was performed live, right? This one is easy because you have an acoustic guitar there, and again, still make plans for even a performance where it's just that. It's you and an acoustic guitar, or you and someone else playing the guitar, playing that same riff that we just heard, and then you performing the song. And then same thing in piano, and over time add other elements. The drummer, the maybe violins or something like that. Have the record really come to life with everything that we're hearing, but and more. That's how you stop yourself from getting bored and performing the same song over and over again. You know, if you literally just go with the record or the instrumental, people eventually just are gonna know what to expect, and you want to give them experiences that make them want to come to every performance if they can. So that means you do something different the next time, but still within the context of the record, literally. And you know, it becomes a little bit of an event if you are savvy enough to make merch very specifically for each performance, so that if people really want it, like it's gonna be exclusive at that specific event. and they won't be able to get it anywhere else. And if you ever do sell it outside of that event, then it's gonna cost them way more, you know what I'm saying, type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, make it fun again as we get in there. Let's go ahead and see what we have next. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, and when your mama doesn't know if I'm a you can go and get something to eat. Let's see what we got. K Wheels. He said, and Adam plus more coming soon. Let's see what is up.
Yo, listen, dude, we could be like, ladies and gentlemen.
Better get up out of my way. Normally I would've cussed like this, but I've been feeling like an uptight prick. Yeah, and I've been thinking that I just might shit up in your cereal. For real, I got a right to be pissed. Why? Cause I've been sick and I've been tired of the same crap coming out the mouth of these pussy rappers. No way, that's facts, bitch. I got a lot to say to that, and I don't give a damn if they don't like me. I'm a straight spaz. And I don't really give a fuck. I know they can see my middle finger and it's sticking up high enough for you to sit up on and spin it, bro. I ain't even tripping on you bitches, that's ridiculous. Better get up out of my way. Now you can catch me on the block, but I won't chop it up. You got a squad full of squares and it's blocking up every little bit of lane that I've been hogging up. Better move about the way, bitch. I got a lot of us. Loud pack up in this motherfucker, say it with me. Crowd stacking to the ceiling, elevator city, and they about to know the goddamn name of my damn name. Just isn't Mr. Wilson. That's a damn shame. No, I can't fuck with you, hoes. No, I can't fuck with you, hoes. No, I can't fuck with you, hoes. Better get up out of my way. No.
Hi, my name is Damien. I'm from the orphanage. I divided to storage bins. Is it crazy? Of course it is. Mama must not know what the portion is. Either that or she really couldn't afford the shit. During operation, we had some complications. As I was racing, I started to feel also discombobulated. Probably why I feel so fucking violent. A demon with blackened eyelids. I'm a hanger, they lacking a side pin. Like, geez, guy, who pissing your weed is your C9s? When you piss, you believe we got peace, right? G's, oh, peace, don't see no peace, don't see your heat, don't see those beats. If you wanna contain me, better bring your leash. Capiche? Remember what we conversated? 2 minutes later, I won't repeat the conversation. I really do not have the patience for you to have me waiting. I feel like I'm losing from an agitated. I do not have the trust to go love a hoe. I do not have a trust, I don't love no more. I do not have no trust, can I trust a hoe? I do not have no trust, I don't love you, hoe.
No, I can't fuck with you, hoes. No, I can't fuck with you, hoes. No, I can't fuck with you, hoes. Better get up out of my way.
Where the heck am I at, though? Matter of fact, ain't no freaking way I'ma rap slow. People be like, Dorky, man, I know you an asshole, but you will get hit in the face with a glass pole if you don't freaking stop it. There's a lot of time where you freaking send me a beat, so homie, I'ma rock it. I don't even know what the hell I'ma do, and I can't stop it. Matter of fact, I see a balloon, so I'ma pop it. There's a lot of time where you wondering where the freaking I'ma be at, but man, I ain't scared. I'm about to freaking rap on this beat and wonder if the chorus coming freaking back. I don't even know why, but I ain't even running. Oh, what the fuck, man? What the hell is happening, man? I'm stuck, man. I don't know if I can come back, but there's a lot of time where Dorky is speaking on this bit of dumb rap. My name is Nonsense too, and I ain't done that. Okay, you got it. Man, there's a whole bunch more freaking within there. And then I think the chorus does come back. But dope. So essentially, he's doing an album that is, I think each record is basically, you know, a little bit of a cipher or a few artists, you know, getting on there, doing their thing, you know, collab project. And, you know, so far what I have heard has been good or whatnot. Obviously, this one is unfinished. There's still more artists that are going to get on there. I like the energy that this one brings. Definitely has that hip hop aesthetic and feel. It's very upbeat, and each of you got on and you know tore the record up freaking nicely or whatnot. So everybody else got to come in and, you know, make sure they're doing
the same. I really do love that overall beat as well. It's interesting. I was trying to think of what it reminded me of. It's almost Dr. Dre-esque to a certain extent, but with a mixture of something else. It's very like playful, almost like Dick Tracy meets Who Framed Roger Rabbit meets, you know what I mean? There's something there to it or whatnot. So big salute to the overall performance and production. You know, let me know when everything is all said and done and we get on through, my friend. So dope, bro. Yeah, I'd probably hop on that as well. I am on another one that let's see if I got that one right there and stuff like that. We'll play that later though. But I am on another one that he put together for the project as well. And that one was fun as well. Hold on. Let's see what we got. Mr. Juice Pop.
Yup, when I walked in, she was on her knee. Yup, she good to you, a freak to me. I been walking through the dark, baby, I can't see. When I'm full of all these meds, no anxiety. Rest too big, can't fit in my pocket. Yup, my cash was thick, I done upgraded from wallet. She know how to suck some dick, baby, suck it, slap it. I done upgraded, pushed her no key. She done updated, at surgery. She a freak, she keep throwing ass on me. She pulled up on me cause I left the ass on scene. Yup, when I walked in, she was on her knee. Yup, she good to you, a freak to me. I been walking through the dark, baby, I can't see. When I'm full of all these meds, no anxiety. Yup, when I walked in, she was on her knee. Yup, she good to you, a freak to me. I been walking through the dark, baby, I can't see. When I'm full of all these meds, no anxiety. When you with me, put your phone away. Yup, don't be scrolling when I talk to you. We fuck all night and then I'm gone today. This ain't a love story, don't get this shit confused. Don't try to buy that feet in hand, that's when you gon' lose. Fake bitch try mess up my plan, must want me to lose. If you ain't talking money, ain't gon' lie, I'm not amused. I'm finna sign a deal and take my mama down to Cancun. Yup, when I walked in, she was on her knee. Yup, she good to you, a freak to me. I been walking through the dark, baby, I can't see. When I'm full of all these meds, no anxiety. Yup, when I walked in, she was on her knee. Yup, she good to you, a freak to me. I been walking through the dark, baby, I can't see. When I'm full of all these meds, no anxiety.
Gotta fake anxiety and to let it down. Hey, sir.
What do you guys think about that? What do you think about that? A lot of thinking times, like you thinking left and thinking beat, don't think that I rap. No, wait, you gotta go back. A lot of thinking times, you don't even really know that I'm thinking. I wanna go. Okay, so big salute. You got on there. You definitely did your thing. Like the overall back and forth overall, you know, melodies were fairly decent. Mix was actually clean in this. Like the only thing that I would add additionally is like when the chorus sort of like area where, you know, the knee, like I would have echoed like those sort of like last moments at certain parts or whatnot. But overall performance, energy, production, you know, fairly decent on this. I didn't get to see, hold on, what was the time? Can it be longer? 1 minute and 52 seconds. Is again, it's always up to you guys on how you want to attack something. I always try to get you guys to look at time a little bit different, right? And so here's the thing: if you're not boring, if you're not repetitive, if you have a certain energy that works with the beat, nobody's rushing you. It's only the ones that are boring and
don't really have anything to say, and they don't have an energy that's gonna really keep people awake and warranting them or warranting us to you know, to pay full attention to what you're doing. And I think you have that within there, so you can take a little bit more time as long as you have the other ideas. It's again all up to you. Now the production is another aspect. If it leaves a little bit too soon, or it just kind of ends where you end up ending the record, we get that as well. However, if you ever ask any producer, most of them will always be willing to extend a beat if needed. And then as an engineer, again, I can, as a producer, I can add more to a beat. I can go in and simply loop a certain section so that it extends for at least another verse, goes back into enough for the chorus area. There's always something else that we can add within there. What do you guys think about that? Want to send in our feedback is, of course, welcome. Said hi, hello, and welcome back. But yeah, shout out to Juice Pop on that. Make a little bit of a video potentially, man. You might have some. Make a little bit of a video. Let me see what we have next. Let me see. This is the. Let me see if I got this. This is the Francisco one. Chimney in my head. CH Money. Did anybody say that? Chimney in my head. It's a dream. I can't wake up. I don't even know why you left me. Always in my head. I can't get you out. It's hard. Constantly debating, leave or stay, but I can't choose now. Locals gotta come up a little bit more. That one to end either, man. Yet I still want more on the record though. Wait a second. Wait. All right, so look, I like the production. I like some of what you're doing, right? But I also feel like the energy and the mix, you know, little bit low. There's still a higher tone that is missing there. Whether it's a female artist kind of backing you up with certain vocals, doing that at the same time. You know what I'm saying? There's something else that can happen. But mainly, I wanted to hear your vocals a lot more. I feel like the production was more upfront. And you were just kind of blanketed a lot with the production on top, and so if there's a way, man, if there's ever a way to get in there and get things done right, I think you'll for sure be a little bit in the pocket, man. Other than that, like. It felt like something that Snow Patrol would make a song to. How did it this process? You know what I'm saying? Next dip. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this thing, man? Is it a beat or is there somewhere that you're gonna sing, man? I'm trying to figure out what this even is. Where do I go? Where? You gotta find like the tone and everything. What do you do when you see someone randomly walking around?
I don't know what to do now. People sniffing my shoes now. What does it smell like? I don't know.
Who? What the freak? I can't figure out like where to go. There's a lot of freaking people eating pizza pasta. He's a monster. I don't even know if we even really need imposters. All of y'all know that I'm back in this. There's a lot of time where I'm rapping with the whole freaking beat, and I be over here trying to sweep. I waited for the vacuum went. Oh my gosh. So, do you have an idea where someone would sing on this?
Where someone would sing to figure out where you can find us at your house. I don't know what I'm gonna do, yeah, yeah.
When you need a friend.
It's one of those. I need a puppet.
When you need a friend.
Can you be my friend? Nah. Can I? You gotta set the tone. Let us know what's your idea for this. Would you look at it as a Christmas song? What is your thought? What scene in a movie?
Everyone wants to eat some chicken and some wheat.
Now, so again, I was Josiah with Stellar. You know, I got no information on this record, but like, I know that anytime we come up with something, there's something going on in our head, and we have an idea for it. As a producer, right? Most of us will. And like honestly, before like type beats were a thing, and people would go and like, oh, let me make a
a type beat for some Drake shit or some so da da da. Before there were those aspects that producers would go into, you would make a beat and you just felt like it would be something that artist would hop on, but you wouldn't even call it a type beat. Eventually they just kind of gave it a name. And so when we're doing that for movies, for video games, for TV shows, commercials and stuff, there's always something in your head. If not, like us helping you see that after the fact, I think is something cool. Like, so I was thinking a Christmas commercial for like JCPenney's or something like that. I was thinking of just something with kids for sure in it. Like it has a kind of almost hopeful, very innocent kind of vibe. There are very like younger kids content, you know, the Peppa Pigs, the what's the one, I'm trying to remember the other ones that the kids will watch, but you know, all that earlier stuff, Yo Gabba Gabba, man, what is Bluey? You know what I'm saying? They're just like moments where that could be like a montage with them just playing at the park and going on an adventure, right?
We need to go to the forest,
right? As Peppa Pig climbed on top of the tree to go on an adventure with a family, George rolled down the hill, only to find out like it doesn't feel like an artist would hop on it, but they could as well. I would find out where we need to go. And when your mom is here. You said it was an instrumental. That's it. That's all you gonna give me. But what else? You know what I'm saying? What do you just sat there and then played that with is that what you want to tell me? You just sat there and played that with keyboard, no idea in hand. You just looked at it as like just straight up music. Well, my friend, if we were going to put that in something, I feel like it could go in one of those places or whatnot. What would you not want your music to be a part of?
Pull up to your address if you need a dress, and I like her the baby dress and give her salad dressing. No, baby messing with a Bessie, and I'm having plenty of the dick beside the egg belly. Like the pussy tuna smelly, I be planning after sweeping them all. I know I wanna talk about sex. She on my brother, the NBA dribbling. I should be wanting the tip of it, not an employee, but I'll be a demon, giving semen. Now she be carrying right up in the fetus. I treat her like Michael Jackson. Now I beat her, read her right to pussy to the couch and give it and riding my date like a mount. And giving the D right I'm out when I'm out. What she talking about? Yeah, I'm done.
That was it. That was barely any time to freaking get in there and I mean, okay. Yeah. Alright, so you already know, I know, okay, like you explained, you know, you gotta be able to record like when you can, right? So there are gonna be times where you may not have the ability to record the full song, and you still plan on releasing a full project, right? So that is good within itself. And I mean, a full project in terms of getting in there and actually like completing the song. Still make sure that you do that for sure. But also there's part of me that wants you to almost wait until you complete them to send them, right? Because I still want to see what your
actual full song structure is like, when you're truly able to get in there and do a full song, and you know, kind of push things out in that way. I need to see what that's overall like, right? Because a lot of times, you know, things that you do may feel a little bit random. It's playful. There will be definite ideas there, things that I know people would rock with. But we still need a little bit more, because we barely know what to think, right? I still feel like it's an incomplete you know, song. It's just a moment. It's a moment on a track.
It's the revenge of the nerd, only one of me. You watch Phineas and Ferb, you a wannabe. If you ain't join the Dork Squad, then you're gonna be. Wish I could make a sick song with Big Pun and me. I think I'm a nerd, I'm a dork, I'm a geek. I think about the words I'ma say before I speak. I'll rewrite a verse on the floor by the sink. I think I was first, not no more. What you think? I'll be kinda hurt, kinda sore, kinda weak. It's the revenge of the nerd. Yo, I need a drink. The Legend of Zelda was my favorite game since I stepped in to help and my weapon was held up. Best when I felt I was destined to smell stuff. Lessen my health, I'm a mess till my health's up. Slept on the toilet cause I got my belt stuck. Swept through my house cause I actually smelled dust. Chef in the booth so my kitchen is jealous. Pepe Le Pew, man, that cat gon' get felt up. Step on his face so his head is gon' swell up. It's not black and white, this is not for Corella. To really get me, dog, you need to be nerds to even figure out how I am a genius with words. I never thought about the fact being a genie's a curse. I used to be the dumb friend, bro, but Phoebe was worse. My girl be like, when my keys, when her keys in her purse or her hand, but when I mention it, I need to disperse. People always think my dog was a weasel at first. If I ain't got no freaking tissue, then I'll sneeze on your shirt. I got this R2D2 trash can, I keep it at work, but I don't use it cause it's R2 and he ain't a jerk. So it's the revenge of the nerd, only one of me. You watch Phineas and Ferb, you a wannabe. If you ain't join the Dork Squad, then you're gonna be. Wish I could make a sick song with Big Pun and me. I think I'm a nerd, I'm a dork, I'm a geek. I think about the words I'ma say before I speak. I'll rewrite a verse on the floor by the sink. I think I was first, not no more. What you think? I'll be kinda hurt, kinda sore, kinda weak. It's the revenge of the nerd, yo, I need a drink. Too much shit to say. I'ma post a clip a day of me trying to go through a door and getting ripped away into a wormhole when I'm sent up on a mission way up in the near future where nobody even mentions yay. This is annual, let's all go to detention day while we play with puppets and do it the Jim Henson way. The multiverses got Loki on guard, heroes getting switched out like a Pokemon card. All these rappers out soft, man, they don't be all hard. Everybody in school with a trophy, y'all smart. Applied for that job but was joking Walmart. I don't even want the job, I was hoping y'all start getting way better quality. I don't see y'all cards outside in the store, someone stole them all. Mars was a planet you can see, telescope it all far, but it's small and I guess you would hope it's all large. You better freaking lock, they will open y'all cards. Take it home, strip it down into only small parts. I never wanna like listen to only y'all bars. How many movies with Yoda did Obi-Wan star? I'll wait. It's the revenge of the nerd, only one of me. You watch Phineas and Ferb, you a wannabe. If you ain't join the Dork Squad, then you're gonna be. Wish I could make a sick song with Big Pun and me. I think I'm a nerd, I'm a dork, I'm a geek. I think about the words I'ma say before I speak. I'll rewrite a verse on the floor by the sink. I think I was first, not no more. What you think? I'll be kinda hurt, kinda sore, kinda weak. It's the revenge of the nerd, yo, I need a drink.
You know, seeing on the production on that one right there, and it was fun for making the song essentially. For that, again, for people who don't know, man, the album that I have, at least right now on Bandcamp exclusively,
It is link in my bio if you guys want to check it out. Press start to get high. That song is Revenge of the Nerd. Did the whole album in 1 week. I literally just decided I wanted to do something that I could drop on 420 that had, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of a vibe with each track. And it was also from an album that honestly, like, I haven't done an album in like 6 years or whatnot. Since I started the show, pretty much what I had been doing was working with a lot of the artists who send to the show. So I would do features throughout the years, and that kind of kept me a little bit more busy than just working on my own projects or whatnot. So there's a lot of importance just behind a lot of different firsts within the project. It's also the first project that I did not completely produce myself. Like most of my solo albums, I get in and I kind of produce everything. Scripts, produce the project. So, you know, if you guys check it out, let me know what you guys think. You can leave comments specifically on each song if it's, you know, potentially one of your favorites or anything like that, so I'll know and I can see like what you guys say. So enjoy that. Hold on, before we roll out as well, let me see, what did you have with us? Yuck featuring Kid Death.
This Memorial Day, get up to an extra $1,000 off select.
No, Memorial Day. Hold on. Let's get in here. Tell us about this record yourself. Hello, mister. Yo. Yo.
They try and falsify me, tear me apart to be like the rest of them. An artist writing truths from the heart just to spread the messages. It's glorifying being yourself. Go check the testament. Open wide, cause in due time you'll see I'm heaven sent.
Yeah, I'm down.
Canvas with these colors I envision. Years of planning, feeling stranded, finally came into fruition. Empty-handed for a time, ain't even had no pot to piss and flip the script. Got my people with me, bout to start a business. LLC it, best believe it, we live what you dreaming. Don't get the meaning, cause you ain't seeing what we been seeing. I won't repeat it, that sounds demeaning, you can't compete shit. That's just your weakness, think of you how lions think of sheep is. The shit you got the cheapest. Your circle thin and out like you had alopecia. Think you got it figured out, so now you out here preaching. You would've thought I played for the Eagles for blessings I'm receiving. They say money talk, that's the reason I've been hearing voices. Get your money, dog, or you gon' have to make the harder choices. Try and body off of thinking you different. It's got me disappointed, sorry God, just trying to be a voice here for the voiceless.
The sounds that I've been hearing ain't as beautiful as I recall. I used to see the world in light and lighter how I seen it flawed. I felt the change on fingertips with dollars get you more involved. A lot of people smell success but never let that taste dissolve. I ain't the one growing, it's the way the world revolves. They say a dog can eat a dog, not every dog make it to dawn. Not every brain gon' be the smartest, not every muscle made for brawn. Not every soul is made for gold, not every soul, you get the point. I'm an average Joe from an average town filled with average hoes. I don't got a paddock, I don't pageant, just a flight of hoes. Take a bitch for steak cause she ain't worth my granny casserole. Finna keep it straight cause I don't like to play the actor role, but I play it. You see, the world is meant for thieves. World is meant for trickery. The world is made for greed. The world is based in history, and history repeat. That's why I'm staying out the mix. I don't get mixed in what you read. I don't get mixed in social media, feeding for clicks and reposts. Quickly to believe all you see, so it make you dream slow. Caught up in the streamers, forgot your pocket, reload. So caught up in what Marlon been doing, ain't finding Nemo. But I'm still finding me though. And if you in the way, then I'm singing to you like CeeLo. Benito.
Matter of fact, I am finna eat a burrito, but I am as annoying as a mosquito. We go freaking to places where we can get some free clothes or freaking a big old bag of Fritos, and people don't even know what I'm finna freaking tell you I be, yo. best rapper. Like sometimes I just want to get on your track and then bust rhymes. People be like, ain't no way that you can get back up in the bus line. People be like, dog, you failed, nigga. You just fine. Like, what the hell is happening? Matter of fact, I'm rapping and it's about to go right back in this. Matter of fact, man, I'm smacking this shit in the back of his speaking face in his ass and shit. Matter of fact, I don't. No, don't leave. Okay, big freaking salute. What did you guys think about that? 1 to 10, eating our feedback is welcome. First off, man, when you talk about cohesiveness, right? Two artists who I thought you guys both got on there and went hand in hand, right? Like each artist I think showed that they deserve to be on, you know what I'm saying, a dope beat like that. It was just a nice contrast between both of you. Like the styles kind of blended very well. And again, as soon as the beat comes on, man, I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely would hop on that, right? It has that. The only thing that I wanted was the record itself to come up a little bit more in volume or whatnot, right? Literally, I wanted to turn it up more, but it's at 100% where it is now. Often, all you guys ever have to do to at least give yourselves a comparison is listen to other industry artists, right? Listen to their records on the same playlist as yours. Put it on shuffle, and just kind of make that comparison when your song comes on versus theirs. And again, you'll have probably that same mindset of like, oh, let me go and turn this up, you know, and then you'll realize that it's at a little bit of a lower level. So it just needs a little bit of a better, you know, master on the overall song, and it'll be just fine. But I liked everything that was done on it performance wise. You know, definitely something that I rock with is Fire of the Culture and all over that. Let me see. Did you so much? Thank you, no doubt. Absolute fire song, man. That was, hold on, that was a little bit before I went too far back. We need you on this joint. Listen, send me the beat.
Send me the beat.
I'll mix and master the record if you have the vocals too and stuff like that. We'll get in there. And yep, and then if you need me on something else, if you whatever shift and said, oh damn, you know what I'm saying? Send her the screen recording. Should I shoot over a file? Possibly. Like, where did you even send it? Cause I don't see anything in the I don't see anything else in the email. Let me check my spam. But shoot, man, it really depends. Look at all that. Look at all that, man. I don't know what the heck is going on with all that spam. Like, listen, dog, I don't even really know who the fuck you gonna even ever really go freaking call back, man. While I'm waiting, and yes, I presume send a file, but like if you can upload a video, if it's a video, it's a bigger file, so it would take longer to download. Send a link to the video on whatever platform whatever platform, and then you're able to get in that. Maybe I'll play another one of mine. 1, 2, 3, 4. I produced this one. I want.
Check. Hi yo, my life is full of ups and downs. See, 1 minute a bunch of fans be screaming at me. Next minute I'm about to uppercut the crowd. Wrote my lyrics with the crown, but then I switched to iPhone cause I can't find a pen and I'm way too lazy to write shit down. Every single second my daughters always be fighting now. When Symphony has horrible balance, she probably likes the ground. I'm seeing sights and sounds and lights around environments, and now I'm paranoid cause I'm wondering where some spider went. Sometimes I wanna leave Cali and move to Ireland. I wanna chick who's mixed with Black Widow, Wimple, and Spider-Gwen. All I wanna do is make music, but it's so tiring. I tried to exercise, but I quit and just took a vitamin. Back up on the scene, these rappers ain't what they seem, homie. If you don't succeed, these record labels are mean, homie. They be manufacturing rappers like a machine, homie. I just gotta make better jingles than Charlie Sheen, homie. Call me Dumbledore, I'm sitting on a crumbled floor cause I stole the cookies from the cookie jar. Haters be like, rappers be like, bro, you tight, so what you being humble for? But I be like, because I'm either super dumb or really bored. Super califragilistic, espialidocious. This is not the kind of shit to resurrect the ghost with. I am Mary Poppins, you can put that on a post-it. Yes, I know I'm dope, so just consider me the dopest. Super califragilistic, espialidocious. This is not the kind of shit to resurrect the ghost with. I am Mary Poppins, you can put that on a post-it. Yes, I know I'm dope, so just consider me the dopest.
I've been below dirt.
Maybe I'm still the same. Don't mind me, but I who's not me.
It's not the same record.
Don't mind me, cause I'll be
It's Jay
right
Boogie.
here when the time's near. I see it bright clear when the smoke's gone on the mountaintop. I'm a pioneer, going how far? Honestly, could be light years. Going downhill, maybe not yet. Couldn't tell I was locked in. Heart blue and the eyes red. Getting tired of the nonsense.
This would be dope on a Sonic the Hedgehog level.
Well, maybe not here. Turn a blind eye, bend it right here. The whole time you need you right near me.
Hey, why did you leave? Every time I got a trick, it ain't all up my sleeve. I also don't even know what the heck I'm finna go be. Thinking people don't even really wanna fit in no P. They're fitting no thinking, no thinking, no the need and no D.
And that's how far it could be light years.
It just needs a little better mix. I don't even wanna fuck with all this shit. And there's a lot of vegan times these artists.
Aw, man. And like the vegan people eat and bacon greens. This one needs a little bit of a better mix or whatnot. 1 minute and 18 seconds of record, so there's still a little bit more time. I love the overall production though. Reminds me of like the Starlight Zone in Sonic the Hedgehog. You know, like it. I definitely am looking at different elements in that beat. And if you were to isolate them and do a little bit something different with some of the elements, I think it definitely would be in that game if they wanted to make another classic style version of it. But the vocals needed a little bit more clarity. They were kind of, you know, low, and again getting a little bit masked by the beat that you had in there. There's a little bit more that can be done with auto-tune centric records or just, you know, standard melodic ones. I think when you have the perfect kind of, you know, polish on the vocals, right amount of compression and everything, but the delay, reverb, there's this perfect combination that when it's done right, the vocals stand out. They're almost like very atmospheric, right, and spacey,
and it just works. But often we just need to hear them in that light, but not bad. You said I can't figure out. Ooh. Okay, let me see these vocals for shit. Well, I do mix and master. Peep how? I only charge 60 per song, okay? 60 per song or 100 for two. But I can always, if you're like on the fence a little bit, I can always give you a sample of what I would do to the record, right? Like 15 to 30 seconds potentially of you know, it just to show you where I could, you know, lift up the quality or whatnot. Again, just need your vocals and the beat, dry vocals, plus dry vocals and his beat and his steams we are able to get is good. Is good. Let's see. We should be heading out right now, but we will be back tomorrow. If you guys want to come on back on in and tap into the show, come on down to Barnacle Bill's butane and beauty supply and all that stuff. Doris Cry, what up, Mark Cooper? You coming in on the tail end.
On the tail end of the stream.
What time? It's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, man. So a good night to you, my good sir. Hold on, I gotta hit the button.
Dork Squad!
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We will be back tomorrow though. So how you doing, man? Don't forget y'all to go recheck and watch the interview episode we did with Mark Cooper. Cool. Listen, hold on, bruh. That's one thing I wanted to add. How do you not? Like, there's no way. There's no way this whole time you've not once thought of sampling the Hanging with Mr. Cooper theme, man. Cooper, hanging with my mate is just over. Listen, if I'll do a collab with you. I'll go in, like, we both produce, which we could like collab on something in that way as well. You know what I'm saying? I think that's an idea, man. Production. We both pick a sample, take both ends, and then rap on our parts, and then each other's parts. That would be kind of fun. He said, I met Mark Curry before. Me too. At I think I met him at the Harlem Globetrotters game back in the day. Definitely in the 90s, man. I have no idea if he remember me, but
hanging with my man.
But that right there, he said, yeah, just woke up for a second. Thought about it. It's perfect though, because you, like, it's got your name in it. It's got your name in it. So there's definitely something that we can do there. Hold on, let me see what y'all. What up, Jay? So honestly, I'd be open to it. You know what I'm saying? I just straight band lab production and stuff like that. I see. I mean, I'm more concerned with like your vocals though. You know what I'm saying? Like them being at the proper levels with the right quality. There are things that we can do to bring out the quality in the vocals so that they sound like they're a little bit more upfront, not really hiding behind the beat. And then again, when it comes to melodic records, you want there to be not only a clean sound, but sometimes something that feels like it's a kind of cool like atmosphere or whatnot. So you know, we gotta try to get on in there. What else can I play from Press Start to Get High? Oh yeah!
I'm chewing on a Scooby snack that the Zooey packed. Then see Daphne and Velma finna get they booty smacked. They do be fat, juicy rag, neither boobies flat. Did you see that? Because I can't rewind the movie back. Man, you be asking who be that in the goofy mask. Goofy hat, spooky bats, yeah, my tooth be cracked. If you could rap Scooby, Shaggy, smoke a doobie snap. I'm finna run 2-3 laps on this moody track. Some creatures are dead scary, and Scooby always fucking shit up like Red Harry. You gon' end up frightened and going to bed early, and waking up dead and having your head swirling. You go to sleep at 8, then wake up at dead 30, and have your head squirting, blood out your leg hurting. How would Scooby act if he actually met Carrie? Velma freaking fainted, but Daphne Fred carried. Half of all mysteries actually dead buried, and these are all the lines that I have in my head barely. Shout out to every single ghost who gets laid to rest, except Captain Cutler because he had faked his death. I should've took the mask, put one in his face and chest. There's always someone dumb who wants to be Jason S. Don't have to take a test, every day I'm way distressed. You can tell I rap because of the freaking way I'm dressed. Take a step toward the haunted lake of vacant crest. That's not a real place on a show, but I just made a guess. If nothing's real, then maybe aliens are not gon' drop in. We've seen mad ghosts chilling like they Dr. Coffin. I'm swimming on this beat like I'm about to cop a dolphin. See, you can be a zombie samurai or soccer mom who planted bombs, and there's no mystery that I am not gon' solve quick. Bunch of zombies in the crowd caught up in a mosh pit. Man, I think I've lost it. I'm chewing on a Scooby snack that the Zooey packed. Then see Daphne and Velma finna get they booty smacked. They do be fat, juicy rag, neither boobies flat. Did you see that? Because I can't rewind the movie back. Man, you be asking who be that in the goofy mask. Goofy hat, spooky bats, yeah, my tooth be cracked. If you could rap Scooby, Shaggy, smoke a doobie snap. I'm finna run 2-3 laps on this moody track.
Leader, scripts.
It's April Fool's, use news, you're gonna lose. Just do what you gonna do, cause you are not a dude. I ain't gonna do what you want me to do, cause you poop on your shoe. Me too, but mine's a cooler. It's April Fool's, use news, you're gonna lose. Just do what you gonna do, cause you are not a dude. I ain't gonna do what you want me to do, cause you poop on your shoe. Me too, but mine's a cooler. I'm taking a break now. Just look at my face, I'm running away, I don't wanna get chased now. I wanted to stay, but no one to keep me up out of the race now. I wanted a cake, but look at your she finna get take down. She getting naked, about to spray shit in my face now. I wanna thank her for the hanky pinky shakedown. She doing tricks, and after that she likes to take bows. Her whole head turns around like a fake owl. She got us hanging out at Camp Crystal Lake now. So Jason finna fuck us up, pull the tape out. So much blood, we gon' need 28 towels. I'm so sweaty and my boxers freaking chafe now. This beat is dope, I feel like I should turn the bass down. I feel like I'm on psilocybin on a Greyhound. I've never really been that violent in your face, pal. It's April Fool's, so the villain's wearing capes now. It's April Fool's, use news, you're gonna lose. Just do what you gonna do, cause you are not a dude. I ain't gonna do what you want me to do, cause you poop on your shoe. Me too, but mine's a cooler. It's April Fool's, use news, you're gonna lose. Just do what you gonna do, cause you are not a dude. I ain't gonna do what you want me to do, cause you poop on your shoe. Me too, but mine's a cooler. Check. You gotta say April Fool's when you be doing tricks. Go to hell, wake Satan up with a freaking crucifix. Go to GameStop and ask to have my computer fixed. Buy some big ass shoes for my kids and see if the shoes are fit. This holiday was really meant for the stupidest foolishness. Everyone's cool as shit if they're cool with it. You get it. You made a brownie, but now there's poop in it. Put some crickets up on your ice cream while you scooping it. I'll record what you saying and start the loop scooping it. Everything you spit on this day, you ain't recouping it. It's not for Mickey Mouse, tell him wherever Goofy is that we rooting for him, cause you control him, you're dubious. You again, there you go hanging out with the hooligans. If a zombie's head don't explode, you gotta shoot again. I like lying, I'm never telling the truth again. You can find me hanging out fighting crime with the super friends. It's April Fool's, use news, you're gonna lose. Just do what you gonna do, cause you are not a dude. I ain't gonna do what you want me to do, cause you poop on your shoe, me too, but mine's a cooler. It's April Fool's, use news, you're gonna lose. Just do what you gonna do, cause you are not a dude. I ain't gonna do what you want me to do, cause you poop on your shoe, me too, but mine's a cooler.
If I would have made that song earlier too, man, I would have been able to drop it on April Fool's Day. The problem is again, I thought about doing the album like a week before 420 essentially. So it didn't have the plan at all in my mind, but then went in there and, you know, made some songs. I was like, it's still April. You know, and if I swing things right, I can kind of make April Fools in like an entire month thing versus one day. And I feel like I can always market it like that. Plus I can, you know, who has an April Fool's Day theme song, right? We got Christmas music. We got songs for Halloween. Even records that, you know, can play yearly, but Valentine's Day, they're even more prominent. But April Fools, you know, I wanted to make something in there. So that was definitely fun to do. Stingy, let's see what we got from you after this commercial, apparently, man. Sweet. Let me click this and see what happens. So if you want to skip a line, all you gotta do is refresh. So Stingy Not Broke, Far From Love.
Adversity killed you softly, stuck in urgent care. It's all my fault what it cost me, cause it's beyond repair. It was your actions that lost me, just gotta call it fair. Try to say I judged you falsely, just know I'm well aware. Don't stop and stare, just take a peek, but keep pushing. Try to see the good, cause out of love I overlook shit. Steering clear from all the drugs, they overtook shit. Try to treat me like a rug until I shook it. They try to treat me like ain't got no words for it. My vibe had ultimately become a real curse for me. My better man that I'm becoming is getting worse for me. And I'll be damned if it's something I gotta rehearse for him. Sometimes I shake back, sometimes I'm stuck in a trance. Words of encouragement in the mirror, boy, you know you the man. Try to encourage the bitch daily, but that just altered the plan. She was used to me dogging shit like I was just folding my hand. I've been trying to stack it to the roof, but ain't no folding these bands. Both of my middens occupied, I ain't in the holding no hands. The Glockiana modified, just hope it don't jam. Summer gonna be scorching hot, better make use of them fans. Better make use of every person you get your hands on. Use and abuse, just don't misuse, that shit won't last long. Making a living off music, this ain't my last song. Why you ain't tell your dog straight when he was dead wrong? Why we gotta wait for the flowers till it's a headstone? Why we gotta wait all them hours just to get laid wrong? You know I keep a few flavors to lay my head on. Open book, come and holler to see where I belong, to see where I have gone.
Dope. 2 minutes and 3 seconds to the end. I think we could have got like maybe one more verse, then you let the beat freaking slide out or whatnot, you know. But hold on, let's talk about it right here. So it's like, what I always say is like, when you're an artist who actually has something to talk about, right? And you know when you're one of those, when you're not a mumble rapper, when you are someone of substance, where the words matter and you want every line that you say to be something that you know, someone can feel. Those are the artists who we welcome with open arms in terms of you getting in the record a little bit longer. We don't get bored unless the artist has no energy
if they feel like they're bored on their own record, you know, that they're on. We just know when there's an artist that can do a little bit more and, you know, kind of get people hyper with that. But it feels like you felt the record, had something to say, picked a decent piece of production. Again, we could have had maybe one more verse, you know, it go back around. Maybe something in the kind of chorus area as well. I know, like, you kind of just let the beat do its thing. But at that part, I think you always want to figure out something that you could do on stage, right? If like the chorus is like, what are you it's either gonna be talking to the people or doing the like, put your hands up, you know what I mean, that, or you figure out something that you can say with the chorus, right? At certain times, like you'll just know, like, you're an artist, and so always finding that perfect way in so we can still be a part of the record, I think, is important. It was a good vibe. I usually call these like life music records. Again, is, you know, some that the people can feel in the chest, right? So keep doing your thing. We're gonna head out right now, and then we will be back tomorrow or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you stopping by, and goodbye.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I live in a wonderland. I'm realer than a kid within a magic.
He's supposed to leave.
Paging Dr. Mario. Paging Dr. Mario.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is so